I-am anunțat astăzi că a intrat aici. Eu am o listă mică cu câteva clanuri pentru o campanie unde să intru. Adică unde
Așa.
potrivește pe lumea de jucat sau scorul personal.
Așa.
Și când ne-a spus că a intrat aici, am zis că ok, mergem după el. Este un lucru bun.
Clanurile deocamdată sunt decenți, adică sunt cu minți, sunt vorbesc
spun.
frumos, nu e nimic.
Momentan, Bogdan.
Da, pe asta am zis, deocamdată.
Care, nu știu, am fost la un advance înainte în care unuia i s-a spus de nenumăratori, băi, du-te cu ăla și ajută și nu știu ce, și la nu că dau bine de aici, adică
Ăia, băi,
s-a
da,
luat în gură cu jazz, știi, adică...
Bă, dar Jazz este și el aici, în Trexie?
Da.
Da, unul dintre conturi.
Acum.
Dar având în vedere că fiecare joacă ce vrea aici, Mihai, cumva el e de înțeles că... Na.
Amen, da. Mă rog.
Eu îi știu de când era un clanul dinainte să facă pe ăsta. Am jucat cu ei. Și jucau, nu știam ce naiba caut cu toți în clanul ăla. Era unui Ciprian Dihoru. O persoană foarte... în urmă, să nu zic ca de mentalitatea.
O persoană în urmă?
Nu,
Adică
o persoană
în
cu
urmă
mentalitatea
probabil s-a referit.
așa, a rămas undeva
Da.
în anii 90 pe acolo aveau.
Băi, e bine, hai pe petonul ăla, Mihai. Da, vezi, ai grijă de
Mi-am
fapt cum
luat-o
ești.
de la el, ok, ies acum și eu, da.
Și am jucat iarăși, uite, este
Dar
puștul
vezi că
ăla,
sunt, dă-te înapoi.
Ciprian Trexie. Și m-am mai băgat peste el când făcea tactica. Și m-a certat Bodo, era ok. Și i-a zis că nu las că face greșeli capitale. Dar a ascultat, adică nu a fost cineva să sară cu parul pe tine.
Da, pe Cipri poți să-l lași, că e ok, el știu ca strateg.
Sunt
Dă-te în partea
doi sau trei care
Mi-a
fac.
dat.
Ok.
Vezi cum te ridici, Mihai, că sunt ăștia toți aici cu tunul pe noi.
Dar e
Ăla
comunitatea drăguță, nu sunt cu... Adică sunt mai liniștiți, așa.
Da, nu știu, nu mă exprim.
Ești
Mihai,
de
poți să
200.
ții? Poți să ții sau te descarci?
Mi-a dat din...
Ok, nu că vreau să-i bat pe acolo. Hai că mă duc eu. Stai acolo să batem 277-le.
Mi-a dat și ăsta din... Scuze, Santo, suntem un pic...
Da, eu vorbesc printre picături. Deci cam asta e chestia, dacă voi rămâneți în iulie aici, noi ne mutăm cu o lună de zile să jucăm.
Da, eu cred că rămân. Ideea e că eu o să lipsesc un pic, știi, atât, adică de vreo 2 săptămâni.
Păi, în iunie o să lipsim sigur.
În iulie lipsim. Nu?
Iunie, sfârșitul...
Iunie. Și toată luna iulie, da.
Da.
Deci până prin august nu prea mai apărem pe aici.
Că asta mare.
Da. Și mare, și munte, și câmpie, de...
Depinde unde vă cheamă.
Da. Eu cred că deocamdată o să trec niște munți și o să ajung la un deal. Da, după aia, în vară, nici o să ne bălăcim. Mihai nu mai ești de aici, că me lene.
Nici eu. Nu vezi că m-am întors? Dă-i naiba.
Anul ăsta sunt ocupat cu construirea casei, de fapt reconstruirea, modernizarea casei care am luat-o în România. Și nu știu cum o să fiu combinat, că altfel vă invitam în Sicilia la mine.
Păi poți să ne inviți la tine în România, depinde unde ai casă.
La Unești, Bacău.
Oh, deci departe.
Da.
Sunt mă departe de Brașov, cum să fiu departe? Sar muntele și la mine.
Păi lasă Brașovul, dar...
Mihai e în
Eu
București.
sunt în București, man.
Ok.
Adică... Da.
Deci înțeleg că Santo te ciufulești așa de vreo 50.000 de euro să renovezi o casă, nu?
Îți dai seama.
Mai puțin.
Ce zici?
Mai puțin.
Mai
Că am
puțin?
luat o casă anul trecut cu puțin bani. Acum 2 ani, de fapt, cu foarte puțin bani. Și s-a demonstrat că după 3 luni de zile am dat 15.000 pe ea și ne-au dat 40 și n-am vrut să o dau.
Ah, ok, dar terenul cât de mare e?
În afară de case și anexe, care sunt în jur de vreo 150 de metri pătrați, am 2000 de metri de teren. Și partea cea mai genială este că am 2 străzi principale, una în fața care trece prin fața casei, cealaltă care trece prin capătul grădinii, adică poți să construiești și în partea alta.
Fain. E o
Da,
investiție foarte bună.
Da, este foarte bună.
Prețul e mai mult decât decent.
Da.
Da.
Și casa ce structură are?
E structură, e casa veche.
Adică
E-
chirpici cu
nu,
bărne de
este
lemn.
cu asta, cu fundație de piatră făcută în stil vechi și cu bârne.
Da, și
Este
o
acoperit
restaurezi, presupun, nou.
Da, casa veche o restaurez și mențin locul ăla vechi de casă moldovenească. Ar fi păcat să mă apuc să
De aia
fac.
te întreb.
Și partea, cealaltă parte din structură, care sunt anexele, sunt vreo 70 de metri pătrați de anexe, fac structură nouă. Dar am
Deci
să
tu,
mențin.
și tu crezi că sub 50.000 de euro ești să faci treaba asta?
O să trebuie să reușesc că nu am 50.000 de euro. Adică trebuie să fac așa ușor.
Atunci le faci
Le
cum
faci
face
în
toată
timp.
lumea cu casele, le faci în timp.
În
Hai.
timp.
Și o să vezi de unde vine vorba cu stai la casă, tot timpul ai ceva de făcut. Știi?
Da, mie îmi place să stau la casă. Am stat
Vezi
și
că e
am...
solo.
Știu, și eu stau la casă, Santo. Și știu. Adică și dacă e casa făcută de sus până în jos, tot mai găsești ceva de făcut. Ia, m-am aprins, băga mea și picioarele.
Idem.
Mulțumesc frumos.
Ceea ce e drăguț acolo, că am o livadă de pruni pe două rânduri, câte două, și este cu verde, cu iarbă verde multă. Poți să faci tot felul de nebunii, e foarte chic.
Da, foarte fain. Bă, ce dracu tancuri au ăștia aici, mă? Ce este, mă, un light sau un mediu?
Nu știu. Dar cert este că au multe medii în cacao și noi suntem fucking... Uite ce e aici la noi. Și ăia sunt în bază și nu coboară unul.
Ultima chestie și vă las. Am reușit și eu să fac 6.000 de scor personal. Ha,
Bravo, felicitări.
mulțumesc.
Vezi că noi aici suntem foarte mulți. Dan.
Și mi-am luat și 907.
M-a scos băga mea și picioarele să-mi bag, l-am lăsat cu 3% la viață.
Cine?
Un TVP! I-am dat ding morții lui în gât.
Deci Bogdan, dacă mai faci tactică și ai nevoie și de 907, îl avem.
Nu fac tam Santo, sper și o să încerc să mă abțin, să joc ce jucăm și să nu fac nimic. Nu am de gând
Dar
să fac
sfaturi poți să
strategii.
dai, nimeni nu se supă.
Prefer să nu dau sfaturi, că în general după ce dai prea multe sfaturi, după aia zice lumea de aia fă tu, că faci mai bine.
Să mai am nevoie să joc cu tine cu light-ul.
Jucăm dacă vrei, dar nu mă apuc să fac strategii.
Nu, să
Stai.
joc și măcar Pluton.
Da, jucăm.
Ok, vă las că aveți treabă. Mă duc
Da.
să-i salut și dacă
O să stai liniștit. Da, ne auzim.
nu că aici la italiene sunt multe reguli, nu ai idee ce e aici.
Bine. Bagă mare.
Mi-a făcut plăcere că v-am reauzit și...
Și nouă ne găsim pe aici. Seară minunată.
La fel și eu, ce.
Ciao, pa, pa.
Salut.
Vezi că-ți moare centurionul, că e prost. Ăla își dă reparații când iese ăla, stragă în el.
Ați cam dat eu reparație, nu el.
Ah. Deci ăla e mai prost ca noaptea, centurionul. Eram sigur că te grăbești, am vrut să zic să nu-i dai ding. Și oligofrenie aia 2 nu sunt stare să împing un STB și un esconc.
Știu, lasă-mă că deja sunt plin de spume.
Las că-i de-ai lui ăsta una cu îl potolești.
Aha.
Aha.
Da. Ce pui mei să le fac, frate, că
Gata.
nu...
A reușit să moară. Epa, asta e pierdută.
Amândoi? Amândoi?
Da, mai ai doar centurionul lângă tine.
Da, nu mai am.
Nu mai ai nimic.
Ai de capul meu, ce idioți.
Yes. Am rugat pe nevastă mea să-mi aducă ceva de băut, adică o apă, ceva, mi-a dus o bere. Acum ce să fac, am desfăcut.
Nu mai să nu te aud. Să nu te aud, că eu nu mai...
Dar să știi că e rece, e brumăric, așa, știi?
Da. Mhm.
Mhm. E blondă.
Nu mă face că mă duc la Mega la ora asta, în pui mei, cât e, 11 noapte.
Ia stai că mi-a apărut aici ceva, cred că pot să-i fac lui ăsta improvements, ia.
Ce improvement, man?
Gun travel speed.
Ce pui mei?
Nu știu ce vrea ăsta de la mine, că... E de la de increase to level căcat în ploaie, știi? Așa, gata, I'm ready.
Ok. Așa, hai să mai băgăm office,
E care e treaba? Tot stăteam și o frecam așa, mai am intrat într-un loc, avem unde să stăm, curg rezervele.
Da,
Dacă încercăm să ne și distrăm fără să ne enervăm pe ce gafe fac ăștia Cipri, să știi că face ok, adică face cum făcea. Știi, e decent. Nu e nici, nu excelează, nici nu.
Ai văzut că pe la Sirin Coast ăla a trebuit să-i zic că suntem prea mulți.
Dar nu zic de ăsta care a făcut, zic de Cipri, Mr. Cipri.
Mr. Cipri. Nu știu.
Da, a fost pe la noi prin Capes.
Da? Ok.
E ok, face ok.
Da? Nu mai știu, man, că atâția am la prieteni că nici nu mai știu după nume în pisici. Singurii cu care mai joc mai des, adică gen Scorilo și ăștia, Jazz. Eu deci pe ăsta joacă cu Type 5.
Da, nu, important e, ți-am zis, să fie un strateg decent care să țină și dacă e cazul de performanță vreodată de vreo luptă creață și oamenii s-au învățat să joace niște strategii cât de cât normale, poți să intervii, dar altfel no fucking way, n-am nici cel mai mic interes să-mi bat capul în frunte.
My friend, eu nu pot să vin acolo că...
Dar nu veni, că nu te-am chemat, da? Adică nu știu cum să zic.
Da.
Stai acolo că venim în roată.
Să vedem ce tancuri au și ei, că... Până acum, văd că joacă lumea cu 430-ul ăsta. Bunicel.
Da, ei și cu terminatul ăla, cum dracul îl chema. De era zeu 430.
Ia uite și pe ăsta.
Vezi cum te bagi acolo.
Eu m-am băgat, dar nu pot să-l... A capat cârnatul.
Las că vine eu în spate cap.
Cu Iagu.
Vine Progeta la tine acum. Vine și 55 și eu vin îi flanchez prin spate. Mamă, ce și-a luat Progeta aia, bă, băiete. I-a rupt ficatul în două.
Bine, mă, încarcă-l de la mâine.
Gata, i-am dat să zac.
Îi dau și eu asta cu E100. Da, tare mi-e frică că proștia de pe stânga o să piardă la alea două tancuri acolo. O să mă flanchez ăștia pe stânga la un moment dat, dar nu știu exact când, că încă se gândesc ei așa un pic.
O să ți-i pun la respect pe ăștia din spate. E balamuc la tine acolo.
Păi asta ziceam. Că o să mă flancheze la un moment dat, dar nu știu exact. Deja uite acum o să mă flancheze.
Unul ți l-am băgat la garaj.
Dar ce fac ăștia?
Nu știu ce fac.
Că îmi dau ăștia în cur în pui.
Văd, Progeta asta se uită la tine. Eu încarc. Vin tăgădâm, dar încarc.
N-ai cu cine, frate, n-ai cu cine. Au stat ăștia ca niște căcați aici. Vine ăla pe tine. Te-ai încărcat?
Da, el nu știe că eu încarc.
Cațești, man, te-a făcut.
Serios? Nu pot să-l penetrez în față pe ăsta? Serios?
Acum dă eu. Ai avut mega noroc că te-a ajutat ăla. A murit. Au luat și artileria încă o dată. Calm. 2 pe 100 lei.
Mă vede ăsta? Nu mă vede. Ba, mă vede. Mi-a dat-o cu artileria, mă?
Mhm.
Păi unde morții lui m-am văzut sunt de artilerie?
Păi erai spotat, man.
Gata,
De la eu.
garaj. Garaj. Te-au lăsat pe tine singur, că altfel făceam treaba.
Man, deci crede-mă
Am
că îi
văzut,
țineam,
am văzut.
îi rupeam acolo.
Hai.
Nu știu,
Bagă!
bag mai departe, de ale
Bagă,
mele.
bagă! Păi și eu bagă de ale tale, eu bag de ale mele. Toată lumea bagă ce are.
N-am mai jucat cu IS-7, cred că
E că
de capul meu.
if you get locked outside, talk to the lock calmly. Communication is the key.
Ah, Doamne. Mă uitam la ăștia, la ce au mai scos de la Marvel, ăia Guardians of the Galaxy 3.
Nu m-am
Nu știu
uitat la
dacă l-ai
niciunul
văzut.
dintre ele.
A, nu.
Nu.
E, destul de slăbuț ăsta 3-ul, ca de obicei. Totdeauna.
Hai, mie nu mi-a zis nimic, adică
Nu ți-a plăcut ăsta ce-au
nu,
făcut
nu,
la...
nu m-am uitat la Guardians of the Galaxy. M-am uitat la Avengers, la Rahada,
Ah, ok.
alea cu Groot, Mut, Rut.
Am înțeles.
Nu mi-au zis cine
Aoleu,
știe ce.
Și am rămas cu configurația de căcat. Fuck. Am rămas cu ea de HP și cu... cum am fost? Cât am HP? Ia. Mamă, am 3300 HP.
Și un lucru rău?
Păi e cacao că n-am țintă deloc, că nu am băgat... Doamne, să-mi trăiască, mamă, cât a... What the fuck? Da, se duce ca un cur. Ce vreau?
Hai că s-a răzgândit. Nu mai trece, s-a răzgândit, gata.
Ia uite și pe ăsta cu E3. Doamne, cât a handicapat. Să se ducă să-l ajute pe prostul ăla cu E4. El stă aici, că să dea... Doamne, cațești gura, cât a handicapații. Bă, băiatule, de unde apar
Ia uite,
specimenele
fii atent,
astea,
uite-te la 50B-ul nostru care merge pe mijlocul hărții și și-a bucăți în cur, adică... Mamă, și vine jagul pe Minotaur pe banană. Și e gata, nici nu mă mai duc să mă deranjez. Nici nu știu până era că să fug de aici.
Și
Că la moare cu
face acum
Minotaurul.
bloc de nu pot să mă mai dau de el, mă, mâncați-aș gura, cât a handicapat, mă. Îl salvez pe prostul ăla cu E4, mă casez 2 bucăți pentru el.
Jagul și E3-ul vin pe banană?
Să vină pe unde crede ei că trebuie să vină. Problema e că, ia uite ce vine aici. Hai, dă-te în puii mei.
Mai de capul meu ce... Crăpăm aici. Gata,
Dacă
s-a
sunt
terminat.
handicapați. Ăsta cu
Hai că mă duc să mă omor, nu mai.
Nu te omor, te rog eu, nu te omor. Trage de HP.
Dracu, eu trag în pana mea în laterala lui și nu-i dau ding de 2 ori. Te morți, te uite că i-am întors pe amândoi. Mamă, ce e aici? Eu nu știu unde să-i dau la E100 de în față, te jur. Gata. N-ai, plus hartă, plus alea, nu-mi zice nimic. Nu e genul meu de hartă ca să mă distrez pe ea. Mai ales cu proști de ăștia.
Uite-l pe ăsta cum se bagă în față, să nu pot să trag în...
Mihai, nu te enerva, omoară-te și trece mai departe. Că pierdem timp, inut. Și timpul nostru e singura unreplenishable resource.
Da, așa e, așa e, așa e.
Poți să cumperi orice, poți să faci orice, numai timp, nu. Și când ai decât un prost de la care are chef de ceartă, atunci realizezi că timpul tău e mult mai valoros.
Așa este, așa este. Mai zic, mai perfectă dreptate în privința asta. Trebuie să fiu eu mai...
Să te enervezi mai greu.
Nu, să mă
Relaxezi.
implic mai puțin, da.
Da.
Să...
Take it easy.
Fuck that. Atâta timp cât ne distrăm, e
Ei.
ok. Dăm împreună.
Aia zic. Eu am dormit la prânz azi.
Bravo, eu n-am reușit. Am încercat, dar n-am reușit. În schimb, m-a disperat fiul meu, care vrea să-mi tot mă suna, deci l-am lăsat să ducă cu bicicleta și zic la 4:30 ești înapoi acasă. Bine. Mă sună pe la 5, tată, pot să mai stau și eu până la 6? Zic, bine, mă.
Bă, prietene, câte ceasul?
Stai până la 6.
La 6?
La 6
Sau până la 7?
zice, ajung și eu la 6:30. Bine, mă, hai.
Ai ajuns la 7.
Nu, a ajuns la 6:30, dar nu zic, nu mă deranjează să se distreze cu prietenii lui, dar mi-a zis că s-a plimbat, a fost până la prietenul ăsta lui care stă pe niște panci mare pe acolo. După aia au fost în Răstrău. După aia s-au
Eu când
dus
plecam cu bicicleta, plecam la 9 și mă întorceam la 8 seara.
Da, pe asta m-am gândit și eu, știi, am zis, hai că lasă să se distreze.
Dar noi mergeam pe munți, așa, prin oraș e mai delicat.
Da, pe asta mi-e frică, știi că mai ales la treceri, la astea, sunt mulți retarzi și...
Dacă e învățat să se dea jos de pe bicicletă când trece, n-ar trebui să ai să
mine
pleci.
petrecerea de pietoni era să
Da,
dea
știu.
peste
Păi nu erai cum era telefon.
What the fuck? Adică pe cumnatul meu de 2 ori l-au... Auto mi-a dat șinilă și am tras pe lângă el. De 2 ori l-au luat pe sus pe trecerea de pietoni. Data ajung și la spital.
Mouse-ul stă și mă pândește.
Avem ceva aici. Ceasul nou.
Unde?
Dă-te pui mei. Ce să mă bag cu ăla, dar nu știu. Hai, dă-te pui mei. Direct am urat la târnat. Bă, ce ești, bă, băiatule? Some help?
Dacă te-ar ajuta și ar avea cine?
Da, bine, mă. Da, și avem în spate, mă. Pe bune. Nu e posibil așa ceva.
Avem un obiect care s-a urcat după o grilă, mă, ești nebun?
Da, frate, deci eu am dat click acolo, nu s-a uitat nimeni.
Ia mă, prietene, că prea mă deranjezi.
Niște help. Se mai poate.
Mamă, e versiunea aia acolo, nici n-am ce să-i fac. Prea mult HP și e singurul care ține acolo și aici n-are cine să te ajute, că e mouse-ul ăsta aici.
Mi-a dat mouse-ul. Dă-te-mi pui, mă.
Și eu încarc.
Nu, dar o să mă scoat la următoarea. Nu mai am cum să încarc.
Unde dracu-s restul, mă, mâncați-și gura ta.
M-a scos mouse-ul până la urmă. M-a scos mouse-ul, mă, în pui mei, mi-a dat din G4 și cu 430 și mă scoate mouse-ul, mă.
I-am dat ding la mouse, frate.
N-ai, mă, n-ai. Cu asemenea handicapați nu prea ai cum, my friend. Vezi că ai E4 în fața ta, în stânga. Ai grijă.
Am în față, am în spate, l-am pe peste tot, să proiectul e mai prost ca noaptea. Du-ți gura mătii, du-te măta de joc.
N-ai, uite-l pe ăsta, bă, cu TVP-ul, lasă-l.
Da.
El e... Doamne, mâncați-și gurița ta.
Ăla e în lumea lui să-și cumpere...
Da. Calm, usa.
Da, păi, nu, facă-mi.
Altceva.
Hai că ne ies asta în luptă, că... De fapt, hai, alege ce vrei, că până...
Păi nu, că eu bag IS-7 la loc, că dau cu el, dacă tot.
Aș putea să-mi pun Nescon cu... S7. Hai, S7.
Da.
Iosif Stalin.
Dau exit? Să băgăm
Nu.
alt?
Nu.
Nu, ok.
Am găsit un laptop al Cristinei prin casă, l-am pus pe OLX.
Marfă.
i5 generația 7.
Bunicel. Înseamnă că este ăla dinainte de Coffee Lake, cum îi zice...
Da, e de la de gagică. E roșu, e mic, e...
Aha. De gagică. Mai spart. Da, tare asta.
Păi, nu tu ți-ai luat laptop roșu, Mihai?
Nu,
Hai, iată,
niciodată nu.
ca să vezi.
It will never happen. N-a mai plăcut chestia cu de gagică.
Păi, mouse roșu, laptop roșu, o pulă roz înfiers cu luminițe. Omul făgă. Așa, duceți-vă voi pe dreapta că, na, atât ați putut, atât ați învățat. Hai că și-au dat seama că o iau greșit.
Nu că acum, în modul ăsta, vezi că poți să treci prin mijloc către bază. Adică ai gaură.
Da, am văzut. Noi am putea să avansăm pe aici, că văd că e liber.
Eu mă duc înainte, nu?
Păi vin și eu.
Oricum, din păcate am rămas țens cu ăsta de HP și...
A, uite AMX-ul ăla, hai să-l batem.
Da, transport greu.
N-are nimic.
O, mai e ceva acolo. Dumnezeu.
Și eu am tras pe lângă el.
Marș, mă, ce trage cărnatul. Că vin și eu acum. Dar
Am o
tot
chestie, ce
oamenii
face asta?
mi-a dat și
One
mie.
for all.
Păi da,
Mi-a dat
ne
ceva.
dai să meargă mai repede treaba. Uite, dau eu acum.
Hai că am dat eu.
Dar cred că am dat doar, e doar
Dă-i,
pentru
dă-i.
tine ăsta.
Ăla e. Hai, adroa.
Vezi că e și un...
Da.
ăla.
Da de morțile pe ăla, hai să-i batem pe ăștia. Vezeu.
Ah, ce-a făcut, mă? S-a agățat în fum, în fum, doamne.
Vezeu,
Hai că
vezeu,
vreau să dau
vezeu, vezeu.
Hai să
F3-ul trebuie bătut. Mă bag pe lângă el, poate îl păcălesc să tragă în mine. Gata, a tras. Hai.
Ah, trebuie să iau pe partea asta ca să...
Am tras în vagon, mă.
Ia uite, mă, i-am dat... Mi-a tras-o, mă, cărnatul. Ia, că ce mai deranjează.
I-am dat cu heuri, mă.
Man, dar ce pui mei, frate, rezistă ăsta atâta?
Nu mai rezist. Era ăla care lipsea? Stârv. Căcat.
Da.
Hai să batem 60 pe o să luăm baza, dă dracu de stârv.
Mamă că e lângă noi aici sus.
Na, m-am comis deja pe bază. Ăla cred că vine la noi, la bază, pe linii.
Zici?
Da, pe nu văd să mai fiu pe aici.
Uite, man, e sus aici. Ți-am zis.
Nu pot să ies din bază să nu mai capez. Gata, am ieșit. Bă, am tras fix în el. Băi Mihai, fix în el am tras. Glonțul meu nu știu unde s-a dus.
Ia uite, mă. Ce facem, mă? Și s-a ridicat el în sus, exact când i-am pus eu ținta pe weak spot, știi? Nu capa, te rog eu.
Eu nu capez, sunt lângă tine.
Ce căcărenie de meci.
E capa cârnată la cu esconcu. Am vrut să ies din bază prima oară și m-am înfipt cu colțul șenilei în vagon.
Păi
Da, a
am
ieșit
pățit
alt.
și eu asta, am pățit și eu chestia asta, mi s-a agățat de vagon așa, nu știu cum pisicii.
O parte frumoasă la căcatul ăsta de luptă este că fac bani, dar mai mulți bani fac cu TVP-ul.
Zici tu?
Băi, eu mă uit, cu TVP-ul fac
Te
cam
uiți?
150.000, cu ăsta am făcut vreo 40.000.
Da, nu-mi dau seama. Bun, ce urmează? Hai să băgăm înapoi pe... Unde e, mă? Așa, uite. Din păcate, nu prea e cu cine. Cum ai văzut, rar prinzi echipe.
Da, noi să fim
Sunt
sănătoși.
ok.
Tu gândește-te că într-o săptămână eu plec în concediu.
Tu ești boier, man.
Da, Mihai, și după ce... Deci fii atent, am pus în Odo, da? Am concediu ăsta de 2 săptămâni și am concediu din Grecia de 2 săptămâni. Și după
Da.
ce le termin pe astea, mai am de luat 41 de zile de concediu.
Păi foarte bine. Ia-le. Odihnește-te și tu în pisici, că și așa ne agităm ca nebunii la muncă. Mai ia
De-aia am
și
putea
tu
să ne
pauză.
agităm, am putea să facem viața mai ușoară. Nu vrei, mă, să faci tu un mediu? Nu vrei. Nu, că-s deja prea multe medii, nu.
O să joc jocul viitor cu medii, da.
Așa făceau ăștia aseară, că era, nu mai știu care, ăla, Defender Team, de-l tot înjura Arthur, făcea el strategia pe lupta asta și el zicea băgați grele, eu băgam mediu și dădeam ready. Și am, bă, scuze, am băgat acum. Data viitoare, bă, am uitat iară, n-am vrut. Adică... Era cu dalea că toți mergem la jumate, că cu grele, că pe harta asta se joacă cu grele, că grele le fac, că grele le trec. Zic, bă, prieten.
Să ne spoteze. Cine a fost primul? Ei ne spotează. Căcat. Hai, mă, da, și ăla e prost cu STB-ul, mă. Așa, mă, băga mea și piciorul să văd ce e aici.
Un skunk și un leopard, ok, deci o iau de aici și plec.
Eu aici o să am probleme. Crezi că ai putea să vii pe spatele meu? Că avem
O
un
să încerc.
AFK. Că ăștia o să vrea să ia artileria de acolo, cel puțin așa pare treaba. Cum ziceam.
Vin la tine acum. Da, eu nu pot să trag în aia cu TVP-ul, Mihai. Ăla cu STB-ul face nimic. AMX-ul stă în bază, e AFK și eu vin înspre tine, vin tăgădâm, dar văd că vin și e.
Vezi, să se afișeze aici. Important.
Gata, sunt lângă tine. Mă rog, sunt în lateral atac, în cazul în care îți vine vreunul pe laterală, să dau în ea.
Da, nu știu, să vedem dacă vine ceva, pentru că mi-e și frică să mă dau prea în spate, că văd că au urcat ăia acolo. Pe mijloc.
Au ce bucată de 800 și arată ăla.
Ce dau ăștia cu artilerie? Ok.
Hai că vin pe spatele tău, poate poți să-l prind de acolo. Eu nu mă agit, deci îmi joc jocul și atât. Efectiv chiar nu mă interesează ce fac ea. Iar aici eu n-am tank să vin să mă bat cu
Ce cred?
VZ-ul tău în oraș. Adică dacă mă duceam și făceam flank, făceam o treabă. Dar așa...
Ce se chinuie ăștia?
Dă-te și tu la o parte, îți poți da un VZ. Păi nu. La vale. Ok. Lasă atunci.
Uite, na. Ai tras în VZ. Are you
Păi-
happy?
Păi I is helping you.
Danke schön.
Reloading. Dacă ai avea un pic HP și ai rezista, aș veni eu să te joc cu proiectul ăla să
Nu mai am HP pentru că... A, uite ce e aici.
te-a plezit ăla de la jumate, da, am văzut.
Ce pula calului, ce să-ți joc? Dacă noi suntem doi care jucăm și atât. Dar măcar să dau los la... Ce ți-a dat-o, mă? Nu, că... Ia... Nu-l faci decât cu gold pe ăsta frontal.
N-apuc să fac că mi-a dat stun la echipă.
Gata.
Dar observ că ne dă numai cu castraveți.
Ce pot pentru ca să zic, my friend? Uite-te și tu, TVP-ul ăla a dat 0 damage.
Am avut un alt TVP.
Da. Sau nu văd eu bine?
Nu știu că nu m-am uitat. Nici nu mă uit măcar. De acolo.
Ok. Bine. Hai că atunci dau ready și să mergem mai departe.
Tu de ce ești în A și eu sunt în D?
Păi, tu ai mai multe puncte. Eu am 238, tu ai 320. Ești în altă ligă, cum ar fi.
Am înțeles.
Comparativ cu mine. Ești
Habar n-am.
epic.
Da. Eu sunt apic și tu ești depic.
Da.
Băi, e ciudat să dorm la prânz, pentru că nu te mai ia somnul seara.
No shit. Mie îmi spui că eu când pățesc de ajung de la serviciu și mă ia somnul imediat și mă trezesc la 11-12 noaptea, ce părere ai?
Te pui înapoi să dormi.
Dacă mai merge. Nu mai merge.
Așa.
Ce ai băgat? Tu ești cu TVP-ul. Hai că
Da,
mă
mă, eu
pe
joc
dreapta.
TVP-ul.
Ok, mă pe dreapta să văd ce pot să țin acolo.
I am TVP fan.
Uite, promit să mai bag și de durelă, că văd că nu ne merge
Dar nu
bine.
promitem o bagă-ți ce vrei. Nimic? Bă, da, nimic.
The fuck?
Și acum dacă plec sigur trece ceva.
Da, eu nu înțeleg. Bun, și s-a dus la cu 50 PU ca să moară ca un prostălău acolo. Ia să pa. Da, moare ca un prostălău acolo.
Ăia de cu STB-urile trebuie puși la respect repede. Oh, ia uite, au venit aici la curaj, ha?
Da, da. No. Cât să pipă ăla?
Hai că s-au răzgândit, acum e momentul să-i împingi.
Eu vreau să-i împing, dar mai am...
Hai!
Pasă 30 în spate.
Așa. Hai, vino și de la STB-ul.
I-am dat.
Cinci, 4, 3, 2, de 431 în cur.
Torpilele.
După mine mă vrea, mă fotoinația lui în gât. Și acum am un 277 în cur care mă... Te rog, pune-l tu la respect, că-l duc eu pe ăsta acum. Mi-a dat amorac, mă.
Mai e un STB acolo, pui mei.
Dă-le morțului pe STB, că nu e o problemă. Deci ăștia doi cu două scancăre nu sunt în stare să-i bată pe ăștia, mă.
Te scoate dacă...
Mi-a luat șoferul, freca aia sufletul.
Nici nu știu, în sfârșit.
E, dar...
Ăla cu 50 PU s-a dus să se sinucidă în pui mei.
Da, dar ăștia doi sunt doi proști morților. Proștii pământului.
Măcar am câștigat cu rahatul ăsta, e bine.
Da, da. Dar...
Chinuit. Da,
Ăia când au venit peste tine acolo și am ieșit în laterala lor deja gata, le-a dat panică.
Știu, eu mă așteptam să tragă nebunii ăia care erau sus cu 431 și 277, dar n-au tras în mine. Nu știu cine au tras. A fost...
Dar ai văzut că au făcut stânga împrejur instant, când bang, bang, când am prins pe ăla cu STB-ul, i-am dat tot clipul în cur.
Să vedem, și eu trag cu 431 ăsta, poate...
Deci tu imaginează-ți clipul de la TVP să-l încarci la 8 secunde.
Da, men, nu e... Dar nu înțeleg cum de... Că mă așteptam să dai, să penetrezi mai... N-are penetrare TVP-ul sau care-i treaba?
Mă grăbesc, nu trag la...
Ok. Dar el are penetrare așa, nu? Că
Are. Dacă îmi tragi cum trag eu, chiar nu contează.
Oricum are interclipul la 0,5 parcă sau la 1, cât are? La o secundă?
Am 248 penetrare.
Păi și ia zi, dacă tu mâine ești la Crângaș, nu vrei să ne vedem mâine?
Păi eu trebuie să fiu la Crângaș, după care trebuie să găsesc un metrou să ajung înapoi ori la birou ori acasă și când e gata mașina să mă duc să o iau.
Păi asta zic și poate mergem mâine și mâncăm frumos la jet.
O idee foarte practică.
Vin și eu la birou dacă e.
Vii tu pe stânga?
Da. Și
Lasă-mă să văd ce fac și după îți spun.
Ok.
Că nu știu, chiar n-am... Nu știu cât durează, cât mă freacă ăla, când ajung.
Eu vreau să știu că trebuie să vă cu filme, că eu dacă în mod normal îl supravegheam mâine. Și de-aia vreau să...
Mă duc eu... Bine, mă duc eu să iau radarul, ține-i tu pe ăștia.
Hai că să ies eu aici. și ei un AFK. Hai înapoi, hai înapoi, nu vrei în
Nu,
față?
hai înainte. Eu mă duc în față, du-te tu acolo.
Mă gândeam să ieșim în partea asta ca să putem să...
Eu le-aș și fix în cur.
Păi asta fac,
Vezi că e T57 heavy, ai grijă. Nu mai au AFK.
nu mai iau AFK.
Trebuie să iau și al doilea radar. Așteaptă un pic, nu te băga să faci prostii. Uite Vezeu, care te-a spotat.
Că am scos pe ăla. Și acum mă duc pe Vezeu. Au ceva pe sus acolo?
Ce mi-a dat-o el, mă? Prințul el.
Bă, da, ăștia campează în puii mei. Dacă i-am decapat pe ăștia.
Reloading, 6 secunde, 5, 4, 3, Amorac, ăla e.
Bun, mai e mouse. Bă, băiatul, i-am făcut pe ăștia de sau căcăm. Sau ne-am, știi vorba aia?
Stai, că e cu fața la noi.
Asta mă duc.
E un car.
Nu e la noi.
Hai, trage în mine, dă-te în căcat. Du-te la garaj. Da! La locomanda.
Deci este absolut violent tancul ăsta 430. Are skill-ul lui, îți încarcă la 3 secunde. Timp de 10 secunde.
Bun,
Și
deci 3 boabe.
Dacă tragi odată, ți se resetează counterul. Adică mai ai încă 10 secunde și penetrezi.
Tare.
Da, e foarte șmecher. Uite-te și cât am dat.
Oho! Și le-ai băgat pe toate?
Deci e foarte șmecher. Hai să vedem următorul. 140. Ia uite, m-am făcut iar 20 de din alea bonduri. Șmecher, poate mai mi-au ceva.
Nu știu la ce naiba te uiți, că eu nu le văd. Eu am 19.800.
Păi da, da.
Păi, crezi că eu știu câte am acolo, ca să mă uit dacă am mai făcut 20?
Nu, în sensul că am făcut 20, aveam vreo 16.000 sau 17.000 că am luat loreta aia de 8.
Ok.
Am zis,
Eu mă duc pe dreapta.
cum pe dreapta, men.
Pe stânga, pardon. Mă duc pe deal.
Așa. Ok, și eu vin.
Unde vine ăla acolo să ia bombele, că l-aș rupe ficatul când vine acolo.
Pe mijloc. Eu o să vin aici, men. Vino aici.
Eu mă duc în partea altă și facem cross. Du-te tu acolo și eu mă duc în partea altă.
Sau așa? Da. Ok.
Sau.
Și eu am inspirație ca și
E bine.
ăsta.
Inspiră-mă.
Da,
De la distanță, mi-arunci o găleată de inspirație.
Vai. Hai, mă, ce face?
Se încarcă.
Aoleu, mâncați și ăsta și-a băgat de 50. Doamne. Tu vezi ce tancuri avem?
Nu, da, văd că toate se țepenesc între ele. Aia văd. STB-ul se duce să scapeze radarul. Marș, mă, de aici.
Dar nu știam că starul meu vede așa de prost. 140. Mă surprinde.
Ce prost e ăla. Deci că mă aude ce-i zic.
Uite și pe ăștia. Ce Ce vorbești, mă? Trag ăștia de mine adevărat. Nu, dar parcă aveam o piatră aici. Cum naiba mă nimeresc ăștia?
La cât încarcă 60 TP-ul?
Vreo 12.
Ok. Atunci să-i băgăm, zic. Gata, nu mai încarc.
Da, problema e că iar capează ăștia în puii mei.
Și vezeul ăla nu e în stare să intre să decapeze?
Se pare că...
Mamă, frate, ne bată și la cap?
Hai că i-am dat eu reset. Dar...
Să-mi futut STB-ul, mătii.
Doamne, mâncați aici.
Futut STB-ul, mătii, în gât să-ți fut. Gâtul mătii cu STB-ul, mătii cu tot.
Bă, dar nu sunt ăștia mă în stare să facă nimic, mă.
Observ, pe noi STB-ul ăla ne deranjează, ăla ne ține în cross.
No, mă omoară ăsta cu... Da, gata, m-a scos cap.
Și pe mine m-a scos STB-ul pulii de pe partea altă. Deci a tras ăla de zici că nu e adevărat. Gata, hai, la garaj. Ne-am agitat noi prea tare.
Da, nu, trebuia să nu mă duc acolo în bază. Să omor tot ce se poate și să nu... Da, aia e.
Dă-i.
E imediat.
Oricum îl decapasem pe ălalt.
Nu, dar a dat la bine artileria aia de capa pe amândoi.
Pe mine m-a deranjat STB-ul, deci m-a enervat STB-ul ăla.
268 cu 4 ăla. A dat-o bine, dar a fost... ce pui mei tank.
Unde mi-e nebunia de tank?
Nu știu ce să bag în pui mei cu căcații ăștia. Că bag ăsta.
Eu bag trotineta asta, să văd ce face.
Bag greu, că nu... Tu ce ai băgat?
Centurion X.
Ok. Am băgat ăsta... Cum îi zice? 277.
Ăsta are Inspire.
Al meu are, nu știu căcat, e One for All. Cu 20 de secunde, crew primește 3, 6, 10% bonus to major qualification.
Să fie primit.
Asta mai tare. Numai că ăsta nu prea e de mersule.
Unde mergi?
Nu, des. E artileria aia, că m-aș fi dus la SEO, dar asta nu ai cum să stai cu ăla acolo. Decât dacă se vezi, cum îi zice, ai laser și vezi unde îți pun ăștia ținta, că altfel nu reușești să stai acolo, nu știu, să fie data lor, grele, nu ai nicio șansă. Exact ce nu vrea să facă, asta trebuie să facă, ca să nu capeze ăștia.
One of our tracks is damaged.
Mi-a dat FV-ul.
Hai că mă bate cu căcatul ăsta, dar
Dă-l un pas în spate.
nu mai cred.
Mai are cineva de aia de repair, de refresh?
Eu am, dar nu am pentru tine.
E ok. M-a scos rinocerontele, nici nu știu de unde mi-a dat.
Din dreapta. Pentru că prostul ăla că e 100, nu știu ce face.
A, da. Ăla cu e 100 se uită după că ai vreți pereți. Papam! Ia, iese cu laterala, uite-te tu la el. Prostul dracu.
Că încerc să-l ajut și pe ăla și să trag
Nu
și
mai
la-
încerca, că e 4-1, e ok.
A intrat ăla înăuntru, la celălalt.
Da, a intrat la ăla, botul ăla cu E100.
Nu știu cine l-a luat. Ia, l-a luat ăla. Darius, căcat.
Ăla cu E100. Doamne, abia aștept, punem și noi build luni sau
Da.
marți.
Punem. Eu, sincer, aș prefera să punem luni. Ca să avem, oricum trebuie să mă uit la prima oră să vedem, să văd ce s-a întâmplat cu alea, cum le zice, cu fișierele.
Pe așa
Și-
să-mi pun și eu crew pe Skunk.
Vrei să joci cu scancău? Atunci bag și eu.
Poate vine vreo hartă. Nu, eu îmi bag TPP-ul, dar neavând crew pe el.
Ah, ok. Da, adică cam asta, cam așa vreau să
vom
decurgă
vedea.
ziua de mâine,
Să-l vedem să fie bine, să meargă bine, să plec liniștit.
da, adică să-mi petrec ziua verificând logurile, să văd fișierele, să văd dacă sunt probleme,
Mhm.
de ce sunt și aia e. Mare
Lasă,
mult
nu
oricum
fie.
n-a mai rămas, stai liniștit că mai era chestia
Da.
aia cu molul care ajunsese la de o băgase Alin pe... Da, mă rog.
ISU 7. Please no Arti.
Ce?
De seama ce-or fi văzut ăștia la...
Vai. Să știi că de când mi-am băgat anonymizerul ăsta,
Așa.
am început să am niște lupte fenomenale. Adică cu damage, cu astea, cu...
Ce legătură are că nu mă prind?
Nu mă focusează. Nu mă mai focusează lumea. Deci, men, e diferență ca de la celălalt pământ.
Anonymizer?
Da.
Eu am anonymizer dintotdeauna.
Nu ai acum.
Păi n-ai că suntem în pluton, Mihai.
Ok. Partea asta, deja e cineva acolo.
E un mediu.
Cred că ajung la tine. Ajung la 77.
Vin și eu.
Ce vorbești, mă, am dat din ești nebun.
Un light.
Dă-te.
Hai, vin cu astea, le dăm?
Eu sunt aici, mă bag cu 277.
Păi hai să mă bat și eu, că...
Mai e că... Mi-au dat din amândoi.
Are șenilă?
A, tot te vrea pe tine, puii mei.
Da, a tras, dă-l în căcat.
Da,
Gata.
dau HP eu.
Vezi că avem un vezeu.
s-a întâmplat? Mergeam încet că a dat la artilerie.
A fugit, mă.
Păi, poate
Ia, vezi că-l
merge.
prindem acum. Na. A știu ce are de
Ce
făcut,
vorbești?
uite-o n-aș.
Mai e și un iag.
Hai că iagul e ocupat.
Da. Hai că l-am șenilat pe ăsta cu Dumnezeu. Așa, s-a deșenilat. Hai să forțăm pe ăsta cu Dumnezeu. Mi-a dat din.
Mi-a dat iagul 1000.
Ți-am
Mi-a
zis
luat
să ai
bot.
grijă.
În cât timp încarcă iagul?
21. Ceva de genul.
E bine.
Las că dacă mi-au eu cu care.
Nu, e al tău, Vezeu. Da, nu mai e nevoie.
Nu mai pot. Mi-a dat din.
S-a dus la garaj.
Hai că am băgat HP.
Hai să vorbim cu iagul. Vino cu HP-ul tău.
Vino, păi da, vino. Căcat s-a dus. Nu e și tu, lasă-mă să ies eu, că... Gata, m-am luat bucate.
Ding în burtă, mă. Bă, da-te în gâtul, mă, din cât timp încarci?
Cred că are skill din ăla cum ai tu, man. Gata, i-am făcut proștii.
Ăla cu light-ul.
Da, nu știu ce s-a gândit el cu light-ul aici pe harta asta, dar mă rog, treaba lui.
El știe? Nu știu cu EBR-ul, nu știu ce dracu face EBR-ul.
Nu știu, poți să joci cu EBR-ul pe astea?
Da.
Poți,
Hai să
da?
vedem ce hărți ne dă. Iron Rank. Să fie primit.
Da, ok.
Îl bag random, nu știu ce vine.
Stai așa că...
Bă, ești nebun, am 7 skill-uri pe Chief.
Păi da, gândește-te că ăsta e tancul. Da, exact, cu care joci la o ofensivă
Ocazional.
non-stop. Nu, dar joci la ofensivă
Da.
cu el și se adună, crede-mă, se adună. Aoleu, ăsta
Ce
are
jucăm?
inspirație. Nici nu știu ce naiba să jucăm. Ia uite și pe ăsta și-a băgat 50B-ul, dă-te pui mei. Vrei să jucăm turelate?
I-am băgat.
Nu știu ce, hai că bag și eu un
Am așa.
M5.
Bounty Hunter.
Dar nu am E5, ce pui mei se întâmplă, mă?
N-ai crew în el, mă.
Hai că îl iau pe ăsta atunci. Ăsta ce căcat are? Dă HP, dar îmi dă numai mie HP. Ce de skill. Deci pe stânga.
Nu, hai pe mid. N-avem turelate, eu treci pe prostul ăsta. Uite-te tu la el, mă, frate. Uite-te tu la el.
Îmi dă gun reload time reduced by 1%. Foarte șmecher.
Ăla cu batul s-a dus acolo ca să stea ca prostul, că n-a făcut nimic.
Păi n-a avut ce să tragă.
Păi... Trebuie și ne dau ăștia în cur.
Oameni.
Așa. Scâtul mătii de prost.
Hello.
Mamă, de ce ăsta mă enervează cu S-Conquer-ul? Mă scoate din minți.
Man, da, ceva pe dreapta, ești nebun. What the fuck?
Da, e 100 acolo.
Nu,
Dar trebuie să te
aici.
ridici și tu, că altfel nu facem treabă.
M-am ridicat. Problema este că ăla e de Na, mi-am luat bucată.
Da, am văzut. Da, ne dă ăla de în cur.
Da, trebuie să...
Auzi? Hai să sărim.
Da, ce mi-o dau ăștia să-i fut în aripă.
Da, am văzut.
Da.
E, oricum e pa. Eu dau numai în pământ. Eu nu sunt făcut pentru tancuri de astea.
Dar ce vorbești, mă? Ia uite pe ăștia. Sunt în bază, mă. Ce vorbești, mă?
Gata, hai.
Da. N-ai cum cu asemenea prostălăi.
Bine, eu nu sunt făcut pentru esconc, ce drept.
Da, eu eram călare, dar știi care e problema? Că, ok, eu mi-am luat de la ăia, dar n-a murit nici măcar ăla cu Cramwagen în puii mei.
Am văzut.
Adică, what the fuck?
Hai, bagă, că mai am un sfert de bere, mai fumez o țigară, este ora 12 fix. 0000.
Da, așa este. Acum am văzut. Da, interesant în slotul ăsta. Nici nu mai știu, ăsta îți dă ceva sau...
Mihai, habar nu am. Eu nu sunt persoana potrivită să mă întreb chestii de genul
Joci
ăsta.
cu EBR? Păi
Da.
atunci eu joc cu... Să joc cu TD-ul? Nu, lasă pe ăsta. Ok, bun, asta. Îmi dau inspirație, chestii. Mă inspir. Pe unde spotezezi?
Nu știu, mă duc să iau anti-artileria. Asta.
Spotul, am înțeles. Ah, ok. Aia sunt toți acolo. Bun, așa. Hai să luăm și asta repede. Dacă stăm mai mult, să o ia mai repede, știi? Păstrează-l, să nu-l dai.
Ea se ridică pe deal ca proștii.
Da,
Și după aia să plâng că pierd lupta, știi?
Deci nu înțeleg ce au jucat ăștia ai noștri.
N-ai ce, pentru că pe am avut numai medici și ei s-au dus acolo să joace să facă pe eroi, știi?
Dați și voi în ăla? Că văd că vine
În cine?
Cramwagen.
L-am resetat pe ăla care nu trebuie, mă.
Uite frate cum și ăla cu Amex 30 stă și nu știu ce pula mea face.
Eu mă distrez, maxim!
Ce pula mea a făcut ăsta mă aici?
Nu mai el știe, hai la garaj.
Da, ok. Când joci cu proști, n-ai ce să faci.
Mihai, fiecare a jucat ce a vrut, să fie sănătoși.
Bun, hai că pierdem pe bandă rulantă momentan.
Na, nimic, ce pierzi bani, că eu facem bani.
Nu m-am uitat, sincer, chiar nici nu m-am uitat dacă pierd bani. E curiozitate. Nici nu trag cu gold, e adevărat.
Sincer să fiu nici eu, rare ori trag cu gold.
Da.
Himmelstorf.
Nu mai e de... Mă rog eu să-mi schimb un greu ceva.
Evident că și eu mi-l schimb. Iosif Stalin 7. Ăla simte el nevoia să joace cu TVP-ul, să duce sus, să se ducă sus pe deal.
Doamne, mâncați-și curata, deci nu pot să... Nu... Da.
Dar de ce îi scrii? Adică,
De nervi.
de ce-ți bați capul? De ce?
nervi.
Da,
Doamne,
relaxează,
da,
stai,
poate.
te.
Te duci pe dreapta?
Da, da? Vrei să vin pe banană cu tine?
Da, acum... Aș fi vrut să jucăm împreună, dar că ai văzut că ne merge bine împreună, da. Da, să vedem ce este aici. Doamne, ce m-aș bucura să moară prostul ăla cu TVP-ul. Ăla joacă cu T57 heavy la turelă. Sus acolo. Dă-te aici. E la lângă noi.
Bă, e bine că la joacă la turelă, că nu te deranjează.
Doamne, mâncați-aș gura ta. Doamne, mâncați-aș gura ta, cât am prost ăla e. Ăla cu TVP-ul e degeaba sus acolo.
Tu gura mătii cu 705 mătii.
Mă ajuți cu... S-au pișat pe mine ăștia, ăla m-a lăsat amanet cu văzeu.
Te-a lăsat VZ-ul singur, a?
Da.
Și ești între doi acum, nu?
Sunt între...
Nu știu dacă pot să ajung la tine. Că-s la mama dracu. Eu am zis că l-a venit cu tine, zic stă cu tine, toată lumea e fericită.
Am fost.
Gata, dacă jucăm grele, jucăm împreună.
M-a ascuns.
Fix când veneam la tine, uite-mă.
Nu mai contează, stai liniștit.
Mă duc să mă omor.
Nu.
N-am, Mihai,
Strigăm, man.
too late. Ce mă plimb eu pe aici? Mi-a luat motorul. Mamă, m-a disperat ăla cu 705, jur. Și acum vine ăsta să mă dinguie. Hai, dă-te morții tăi, fraierică gemantan. Gata. Încă una și mă duc.
No problem.
Ah, ce mă dor toate, bă, vârsta, futui vârsta, măsii.
A, nu te mai plânge că ești tânăr.
N-ar putea să rămână corpul la, nu știu, 25 de ani?
Eu m-aș mulțumi și cu el la 35, stai liniștit.
Da, bine, adevăr e că ce bagi în el, așa merge. Ah.
Dați hartul.
Gata. Deja am dat confirm selection. Hai și tu la Zeppelin.
Păi vin și eu, că nu mai...
Era că se bată singur la jumate.
Da, să mă ducem să bag.
Cum mă uitam la Defender ăla aseară, toți cu mintea îngustă, știi, bă, toți să jucăm la jumate. Nu, bă, prietene, lași 4 proști 5 să joace la jumate și pe 2 îi trimis pe o laterală ca să-ți facă flank.
Te vin la Zeppelin cu tine. Am
Da, da.
băgat.
Ideea e că nu prea avem HP. Avem un greu, 2. Cat, 2 grele, restul medii. Cât căcat, mă-l vezi pe ăla că bagă TVP, tu îți bagi pula calului în vârful de alb.
Lasă. Importantă. Dar știi că mică puțin cum am pățit zilele trecute. Mai știi că de-am rămas cu ea 2 mauși, de n-am putut să-i dăm jos.
Da?
Așa.
Noi suntem în întârziere. Ei, lasă să ne spotăm, că n-am o problemă. Aprinde-i, bă, cretinule!
Era un STB.
Da, am tras în el, dar...
Și avea capează. Ia... Unde am tras, mă, mâncați-și gura ta? Ce-am ajuns să sputez eu cu ăsta.
Mouse.
I-am dat ding.
Îi lăsăm să capeze, dacă capează.
Hai. Ce puțin acum. Cață-și curița ta. Hai că nu capează. E bine, măcar atât. Dar nu cred că am nicio șansă să penetrez pe ăla cu mouse de la distanța asta.
Hai, încarcă măta!
Hai mă, ce face? Nu mă aprinde? Ce mă să mă aprinde? Să nu zici că ai plecat.
Oho, păi m-am dus să bat setul ăsta, TVP-ul. Trebuie să vii să mă ajut să batem STB-ul ăsta.
Cred că ajută aici cu ăștia.
Ajută-i, ajută-i, bate crangul și ce mai e pe acolo de bătut.
M-a luat valul și m-am scurtat și m-am dus în păcatul ăsta cu
Sunt bătuți, doar mouse-ul mai e. Restul sunt pa.
tot ceva.
Asta e mâncat STB-ul, e pa.
Ce dă el, bă, băiatule? Am pus
Ăla e.
interesant lucrul ăsta, păcat că are ținta foarte mare. Deci nu mare, foarte mare. La distanță e...
No, și uite,
Da.
cu un reset de bază și niște tântălei care au zis că noi avem grele, hai să ieșim să-i batem. Și au rupt dinții.
Da, pentru că am stat noi la snipe și altfel... Uite, tu ai dat 4700 în puii mei. Despre ce vorbim?
Da, și am dat și câteva dinguri.
Da, man, dar nu... Adică...
Da, mă, când se descarcă e moartea pasiunii. Gata, după asta mi-am aprins țigara, după asta gata.
Bine. Cum zici tu?
Nu, pe mi-am terminat berea, gata, nu mai stau.
Da, ok. Adevărul e că și trebuie să mă încurc. La 12 și ceva. Oh.
Mă trezesc dimineața, na, ce vrei.
Man, dacă e, sună-mă și pe mine pe la
Da, te anunț în funcție de cum rezolv. Când ajung, cât las, cât durează. Trebuie să ajung și până la muncii, să-mi iau motorașul, că mi l-a reparat în tica aia.
Nice, nice.
Și cred că o să merg cu râma, știu, o să mă plin cu râma. Mă duc frumos de la Crângaș, schimb, mă duc la muncii Și după aia, după ce rezolv, văd încotro o iau.
Da, de la crâncaș nu trebuie să schimbi, din câte mi-aduc aminte.
Nu știu.
Parcă ajunge la muncii. Nu m-aș fi. Am o frică în mine pentru joi, de nu-ți imaginezi.
Ce e cu dinții?
Da,
Nu se întâmplă mai nimic joi.
what the fuck? Man, ce pui mei se întâmplă? Și la mine deloc pe ăla.
Las că și-a luat acum. N-ar mic. Unde se iau artileria?
Și mă duce în văd. Văd ce... Cum să zic eu... SF-ul e mic copil pe lângă ce trag eu aici. Să știi că nu sunt nici să nu știi. Clar, ține cu mine de încă. Auzi ce dă el. TVP-ul de aici nesmutat.
Tu-s gura mătii ce mă spotează, deci mă disperă ăia care joacă acolo, mă scot din minți. Dacă nu oprește cineva capatul, o să avem o problemă.
Se poate și ceva.
Potus TVP-ul mătii.
Deci nu pot să cred, da.
Mamă, deci m-a disperat scankerul, a făcut gura mătii să-ți fut.
Da, interesant cum stă ăsta.
Joacă tu la cooldown futu-s gura mătii cu scankerul mătii, cu totul gâtul mătii în gât. Hai, unde te mai duci? Gâtul mătii de cărnat.
Și tras la început niște SF-uri, și cum să zic, complet...
Ia uite, ia uite ce pățește, că au sărit TVP-urile pe el. Asta a fost cam repede, a? Hai că mi-a terminat țigară. Enough is enough, știi cum e.
Da.
Mă duc să o frec.
Ok. Ne auzim mâine oricum ar fi.
Astăzi. Ne auzim și mâine
Azi.
dacă vrei.
Da, azi, că e și 19.
Hai că mi-a mai dat nu știu ce, ia. Mi-a dat niște mitraliere și o chestie pentru Sandstorm Battle Pass Upgrade, căcat, nu știu ce e ăla.
De ce căcat.
Mihai, să rămână?
Noapte bună, mane.
Ne vedem azi.
Vedem azi, da. Sau ne
Bine.
auzim, depinde.
Sau ne auzim. Hai.
Pa, pa.
Ciao. Pa, pa, pa.
Așa. Ce căcat e asta? Ce căcat, nu-ți dă nimic. What the fuck e asta? Deci ăsta e în fiecare săptămână? Până pe 12. Luna viitoare. Bă, ești nebun. Ok. Și ce căcat faci cu asta? Leoal garage. Ce pui mie cu ăștia? Ăștia sunt leaderboard-ul și cu alea. What the fuck? Anyway. Ok. Ok. Interesant. Ok. Acestea sunt reward-urile. Ok. Astea sunt modificările. Ok. Bine, unde dispare? Da, da, vezi să nu. Nu m-au avut doi care au fricat de da. Să mai băgăm câteva renuri, dacă tot. Sau să mai băgăm Marsul lui Cacao, care e un căcat de mene de joc. Aici se vede ca un cur. împinge atât de tare. Ce prostie. Ce s-a luat. Bune. What the fuck? Nu mai avea ce să dau. Ce scăpănare. Ai, ce prostie. Te mă împinge pe mine, nu le-am și piciorul. Adică de ce nu? Ce vorbește? El era. Deci, se vede ca un cur, asta odată. Să vedem dacă mergem la setări și punem toate căcaturile. O să se vadă cum trebuie. ăsta nu vreau, nici dacă mă împuși nu-l pun. Fără în sniper mode. Să vedem. Dacă acum se vede cum trebuie. Jocul pește pește.
Ce? Așa, de aici.
Am mai mâncat. Da, ce funny. Ce pui mei să... Și ce e asta? Martian Container. Chieftain pe Astron Rex D77. Interesant. What the fuck? Ce pula mea a fost asta? Deci n-am putut să mă mișc. mi s-a pus mie să... Te duci unde? Ok. Eu mi-am aprins de frate. Eram... Da. Da. Ce căcat mai are mă aici de nu... Nu înțeleg. Ok, și new și l-am dat, am intrat. De ce mai ai punctul ăsta de căcat? să ai vrea. Ok. Mersi. What the fuck? Ce m-a aruncat așa? Totuși mă stau. Ce tragi tu? Aha. Nu, ți-ar cap să spun. Ce faci? asta, mă, frate, sunt vai balon, ba, merge prea greu. mea e asta, frate?
Da. Nașpalte. Nașpete, nașpete. Măcar 1000 dacă aș face continuu ar fi o treabă. Fac 75.000 și după aia gata. Mă jucăm și mâine.
Natul.
Da, bineînțeles. Ah, ce... Și asta trece ca să... Ce-am apus? Ui. Ce? What the fuck was that? Mă uitam după postul ăla și nu mai asta. Ok. Sus sunt ăștia. Ah, Doamne. Au. Gata, am făcut 75. Terminat. Mergem la random shit, că nu se mai poate. Să vedem ce avem și pe aici. Ha, 42. 42. Ha. Se care puli. Da. Sâhle până. Plictis maxim. Și acum o să vină sus, să tragă din curul meu ca să nu iau eu. Pentru că el este Rambo al tuturor. Era baceatul de aici. Yes. O să pierdă proștii ăștia cum merită. Era baceatul ăștia, el ce știa acolo.
Fairly negative experience with this title, as performance mode is having severe screen tearing issues, frame rates between 40 to 50 FPS, and almost laughably bad HDR support. But how exactly did EA respond to people rightfully calling out that bullshit in the Steam reviews and on YouTube? Well, they took a page out of the AAA handbook, exactly like
Bro,
Naughty
what did he turn
and
into,
on
a fucking
YouTube.
Dementor? What the hell? What
Well,
the
they
hell
took
is
a-
happening to him? He just got he's bro. This is mid Thanos snap. Yeah.
Page out of the
It's an
AAA
in-game
handbook,
mechanic? Oh,
exactly
really?
like
Okay.
Naughty Dog did with the Last of Us PC port.
Bro, I thought that was a bug.
Specifically the page about the AAA scam cycle. Start charging $70 for your
yeah.
games, knowingly rush the developers into releasing a title in a
Yeah.
near unplayable experience, scam tens of thousands of customers,
Yeah.
and then make sure to attempt to gaslight the customer.
And blame it on the development studio that was given a timeline that was unrealistic. And then the development studio gets blamed, the producer takes all the money and doesn't take any of the blame, and then they go to the next development studio, and guess what they do? They do it again.
to believing it's their fault and ultimately barely fix the game across a
Yep.
plethora of patches in the coming weeks. EA intentionally released what can only be described as a flat-out scam, knowingly, and then made this statement. A note from the Jedi team on the PC version of Star Wars Jedi Survivor. We are aware
It's like it's like if a car manufacturer brought out a car and it had 3 wheels. And it's like, they're like, we're aware that it only has 3 wheels and it's not up to your standards. And then the worst part about it is like there will be comments underneath, well, you know, I can drive fine with 3 wheels. You know, maybe the people that need 4 wheels, maybe they just need to get better at driving. Yeah, I've driven fine. I've had to use the car multiple times, and I've driven to McDonald's with 3 wheels. It's been totally okay. I even had to take it on the highway. It's fine. Yeah, not everybody, like, maybe it's a you problem that you need 4 wheels. I don't need 4 wheels. 3 wheels are great. You know, I feel like way more accomplished, honestly, whenever I could get all the way to the store with 3 wheels. It makes driving much more interesting.
Bineînțeles că acum ai
4 wheels isn't mandatory, dude. You don't need 4 wheels to drive.
Where that Star Wars Jedi Survivor isn't performing to our standards for a percentage of our PC players, in particular those with high-end machines or
That
certain
percentage is
specific
100%.
configurations. For example, players using cutting-edge multi-threaded chipsets designed for Windows 11 were encountering problems.
Yeah. It's like the multi-threaded chipsets that you have and the GPUs that have multi-core processing. So the reason why you're running into these problems is because our game doesn't utilize the other cores. So, unfortunately, because of your graphics card, the game doesn't run. Unfortunately, yeah, I mean, you have the wrong graphics card, and that's it. Yeah, it's this new multi-threading technology with different cores. Very, very new, cutting edge. It's only been out for 20 years. So, you know, you've got to give the market time to adjust.
Problems on Windows 10 or high-end GPUs coupled with lower performance CPUs also saw unexpected frame loss. Rest assured we are working to address these cases quickly.
You were the chosen one! It was said that you would destroy this Sith, not join them! Bring balance to the Force, not leave it in darkness!
I always love it when AAA publishers charge $70, knowingly scam their customers, and then pretend as if they never knew these issues were going to happen, whilst attempting to get—
Like, I wonder, did they ever, like, what happened? Like, did they actually play? Like, what? Did nobody test it at all? I hate you? Well, that would make sense, because it would be the developers talking to the player base. Yeah.
gaslight the consumer. The fact alone that EA—
All they really had to do is because this game runs badly on console, but it doesn't run very badly on console. It is playable on console, it's not playable on PC. All they had to do was just say, hey, we're gonna release it into early access on console, or sorry, on PC. It's not really ready yet, it's not optimized. Play at your own risk. If you want to buy the game, this is the risk you take. But it's coming out on console. Like, that don't make money? Yes, it does, because you buy the game. You buy it in early access. And I think if they had just said that, people would... None of these videos would have happened. Nobody would be shitting on them. They'd be like, just fix it, get it ready, it's not ready yet. It's not good marketing, it wouldn't sell? Oh, yeah, well, this does.
is pretending as if they weren't aware of these issues before launch and just happened to stumble upon them after launch is completely laughable, since this is the only game in existence to have implemented full-blown menu systems in order to tell the player that their game is completely broken. I have never seen...
To be fair, New World has, the New World had a lot of that. But yes, I do think that an indicator of a broken game is how many different ways they have to show you that the game is broken.
This in another game, and I have never heard of this being in another game. But what I do expect is to see it more often, since this game has managed to top the Steam charts still, despite the abhorrent release of this version.
Because people love the first game, and it's because this game is really good. People wouldn't care. Well, they'd probably just refund it. Nobody really cared about Forspoken being bad because it was a shit game. Who gives a fuck? But the problem with this one is that this is a legitimately good game. The first one was a legitimately good game. People want to play it because it's fucking cool.
So many things wrong with that statement, but most importantly, what the fuck do they mean by multi-threaded chipsets designed for Windows 11, encountering problems on Windows 10? Not only is the performance difference between Windows 11 and Windows 10 not even considerable in any scenario, since there's practically
This is
no
why you
difference.
guys need to, like, my best advice for y'all that, like, buys these games. Please do not fucking pre-order these games. Like, I mean, if we're talking about a company that's had, like, a 100% success rate, and you're really confident about it, you want to play a game on release, like it's a, you know, new MMO or something like that, talking about new Final Fantasy expansion, new WoW expansion, pre-order is understood. And at the end of the day, I can't tell you what to do with your money. It's your fucking money. However, I wish more people would just simply watch a YouTube video or watch a stream an hour after the game comes out to just make sure that there are not any glaring issues. There are not any, like, massive fucking problems. Just wait a few hours.
Difference between those OSs, and at most you'll have a 1 to 5 FPS difference between the two that could go either way. But there's just also that
That's cool.
classic
Yeah, that's cool.
AAA
Well done.
response of a percentage of our PC players, or some of our PC players
Yeah,
are
the percentage is 100%, but yes.
encountering these issues, when in reality, the only people who aren't quote-unquote experiencing these issues are just the ones who haven't noticed them. It doesn't mean they aren't experiencing
Bro,
them.
I better, bro, if this lightsaber doesn't go through that shield, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind.
It just means they aren't knowledgeable enough to know they're being scammed. The fact they are blaming consumers for having the quote-unquote wrong configuration
Nah, bro, like, it's a lightsaber! That's a lightsaber, what the fuck?
is laughable. This title has proven time and time again does not run well no matter what. It is barely possible to get it to run above 60 FPS even on a 4090. GPUs being paired with supposed lower
Bro,
performance.
we gonna, I'm gonna hit up the dudes at Starforge probably tonight, and we're gonna figure out a date this week. And I'm gonna get the best PC we can get. And I'm going to play this game. And we're gonna see what's gonna happen.
CPUs is
This game's
not
gonna
the
be
issue.
ready, yeah.
My testing in it
Why,
of
bro, we're gonna play that, and then I play hardcore classic WoW. Bro, I buy a fucking $5,000 PC, 2 PC setup, fucking 240 hertz refresh rate. I gotta kill 15 harvest golems in Westfall. They're level 15 and only level 11. This shit's rough.
itself proves that, since my CPU is overkill for a 3070. The rest of the statements don't get any better either, since they further attempt to blame the fact there's no single comprehensive solution for PC performance, which is simply not true. Game engines handle a lot of this stuff on the back end, and drivers exist for a fucking reason, as you so
The drivers
brilliantly
crash.
pointed out when you copied Naughty Dog's
They're
gaslighting attempts. If you see any developer and or publisher claiming that the lack of comprehensive PC builds is the issue, that almost always only translates to nothing more than, fuck you, we don't care about optimizing our games because we know you'll buy this shit anyway. Is it harder to
It's and what's so stupid to me about it is it's literally a matter of managing expectations. Just tell people, hey, it's coming out in early access. It will be ready. If you want to play it at the same time as console players, go ahead, but it's not ready yet. I think that's totally fucking fine.
optimize for PC than consoles? Absolutely yes. But is it as hard as these AAA scammers like Naughty Dog and EA are attempting to claim?
scammers.
The answer is a resounding no. If a game like Dead Island 2 can release with a damn near perfect PC port after a literal decade of development hell after moving between 3 different studios, then there is zero excuse for anyone to be releasing broken garbage like this. All in all,
Well,
this is
there's
not
never an excuse for it. There are reasons, but all of the reasons are not an excuse.
Get going.
I don't really care about why it's not working. It's the same as like in WoW. Like whenever I say that WoW has like bad world PvP because it's really laggy, people say, oh, well, you don't know what it takes to make an online game. I don't care what it takes. That's not my problem. My problem is I'm paying $15 a month to play a piece of shit. That's my problem.
Not an acceptable port in any capacity, and this is clearly not a company you should be supporting. Despite the fact the game, underneath all the performance issues on consoles and PC, is fantastic. I didn't think I really needed to say that you shouldn't support EA, but for some reason people have managed to convince themselves EA has changed a lot, when they clearly haven't.
It's different guys, it's gonna be different this time. It's different. They've changed, they've learned.
So with all that being said, we have finally come to the end of this video, and so I will now beg you to do all the things YouTubers love to beg you to do, aka check out the Discord server, the Twitter, as well as like, comment, and subscribe. So that I will see you all in the next video.
Alright, I think that was pretty fair. I think it's a pretty fair assessment of it. I was really glad to see like the CPU numbers for it. That helped a lot too. Let me link you guys the video here. Yeah, I've changed, baby. It's gonna be different this time, sweetie. Please come back. Watch Quantum, bro. The thing is with Quantum, like, obviously Quantum's a piece of shit. Right? But, like, domestic violence sucks. It's actually sad. It's just... I mean, he's a fucking idiot for what he said about Elden Ring. Getting arrested for something doesn't mean you did it. Even going on trial for it doesn't mean you did it. But don't say I didn't tell you so whenever I said that this wasn't going to be the last time that we were going to hear about old Quantum TV. Because I did say it. Now, if Quantum wants to really help me out, he can live stream the trial. Hopefully he can do that. We'll see what happens, though. They have no intention of changing. No, they don't. Because people will still... buy the game. People still buy them. And I wish that Steam would maybe... Because it's like, with so many of these games, I really do wish Steam would increase the refund window to like 3 or 4 hours. Because it's just that... Like, what protection do consumers have? Like, and I've got no problem. Like, if you play the game, bro, if you play the game 10 hours, like, if you play the game 5 hours, like, I don't know what the benchmark is. I think 2 hours is a good amount, though, at least. Like, it's just... I just... At the end of the day, like, you can't rely on somebody else to fix your stupid. Please, whenever these games come out, do not buy them the second that they come out. Just go and... Oh! You could have gone on Twitch and seen all the people that played it a day early and seen this shit. Like, you could have seen this before it even came out. Just watch the fucking reviews. Look for the game, just to see what the quality of it is, and then make a decision. This is $70, man. That's a lot of fucking money. And even if it's not a lot of money for you, if it's not a lot of money for you, then you're probably fucking like... You really think you're stupid enough to get finessed by these guys? You're still getting finessed. Shroud had this a day early? Yeah, they should have given it to me a day early. I don't know, man. I bought the $100 Lost Ark Founder Pack, but I refunded it. Lost Ark was alright on release. The queues were really bad, though. EA has a terrible track record of releasing unfinished games. I don't know about FIFA and Madden. I don't know about that. Do you think game devs make the game as polished as it can be in the first 10 to 20%? Refund a window over this quality drops? I don't know. I think that's the way a lot of games end up, though. Sure, like Dark Souls 1's a good example of that, where like the highest quality part of the game was the beginning, and the worst quality part of the game was the end. Like Lost Izalith was an L. I would also say that that fucking ghost area was also an L. But yeah, it just depends. FIFA can't be unfinished because it was finished 10 years ago. Yeah, it's true, actually. Very good point.
All right, and we are live. What's up, guys? Welcome to the Fresh Air Podcast After Hours Edition. We're joined with 6 lovely ladies, man.
The fuck? Ok, nu mă interesează. Bineînțeles că tragi din mers, cu pula mea să nu știu să tragi din mers. De ce ești Rambo? Hai, Pershing. Bineînțeles, yes. Artileria. Doamne, ce prost joc. Ce dracu mă pune pe mine să stau acolo. Să vedem ce mai avem pe aici. Musiu YouTube. Deci,
Students at Cambridge University have tried to cancel a viewing of the film Birth Gap, which is a film about the phenomenon of worldwide declining birth rates. The documentary, which blames the trend on the, quote, pitfalls of feminism and the modern dating world, is due to be screened at St John's College this coming Friday, but critics on campus have labelled the film incredibly condescending and accused the director of misogyny. Now, I'm pleased to say the director of the movie, Stephen J. Shaw, will be joining me in a moment, but I've also got the student who invited him to speak, Charlie Bentley-Astor. Thank you for joining me. Charlie, is this evil film that the protesters are claiming that it is?
Of course it isn't. You know, it's a film covering all the different reasons why we're seeing a decline in the world's population, and it is across the world, this phenomenon. All countries, all religions are seeing this drop in the world population.
Yes. And
it's testing why are these things happening, and so that's what the film explores.
What are the critics claiming that the film is about?
Oh, well, they're claiming that the film is telling women what to do with their bodies, that women need to drop everything and have children because the world's going to collapse if it doesn't. Obviously, that's not what the film is saying. The film is mainly women who are sort of high achievers, who have prioritised career, who are feeling some regret, some of them, for not having children earlier and experiencing fertility difficulties in their later life.
And before we go to the director of the film, can I just ask you, you invited him for this screening. Mm-hmm. You wanted people to be able to come and see the film if they wanted to see the film. What did the students do to try and prevent this?
So initially they started booking, so the tickets are free, because I wanted every student who wanted to come to be able to come. Mm-hmm. First they started booking out the tickets in their sort of tens, and there's only sort of 150, and so they were just booking out the venue repeatedly.
So you'd get an empty room, effectively?
Yeah, exactly. And then they started to put hit pieces in the student newspaper, and the tactic of this is to intimidate other students and other staff out of going, for fear of being associated with a misogynistic, transphobic, homophobic, bigoted film.
Which is they've decided it's all that. They haven't seen it, right?
They haven't seen it. They couldn't have seen it because its full version is not online, and the bit that is online only deals with the economic side of the decline.
Right. So they're protesting against something they know nothing about, and they're protesting against a film that doesn't actually exist. It's in their minds.
Yes.
But you wouldn't mind if they were protesting, would you? Because that's their right.
No, and in fact, I've been fighting for their right to continue protesting. You know, the venue and sort of the people I'm liaising with have sort of, been saying, well, if the protest isn't going ahead, then you can do the event. And I said, well, I'm not going to tell the protesters not to protest. I believe in free speech, and they have as much of a right to shout and scream as much as they want as I do to sit with Stephen and talk about the film in front of an audience.
Well, let's bring Stephen J. Shaw in now, who directed the movie. Stephen, thank you so much for joining us. Can I ask you, were you surprised about this response from students at one of the world's most prestigious universities?
It's remarkable. I would say just first, though, I don't actually use the term pitfalls of feminism. Other people may have used that term, but I think it's important to explain the breadth of people who I met around the world. It was filmed in 24 countries. I met 230 people. Those people, I think, could only be defined as highly representative of the world we live in today, filmed on every continent. And it's been so warmly received by colleges around the world, by film festivals. So to suddenly have a reaction like this really raises questions to me about what it is that perhaps people feel about this movie that might be threatening to them. And I'd love to meet these people. I'd love to talk about it if they're willing. But it's quite stunning.
Absolutely, and thank you for correcting me on that you didn't actually use that phrase, pitfalls of feminism. It is indeed a phrase that was used about the film. But as Charlie was saying, used by people who haven't actually seen the film, so they don't really know what it is about. I mean, surely part of the reason for making the film is you want to start a debate, or to start a discussion about these issues, and to disagree, potentially.
Yes, and the wonderful thing is when people do watch this documentary, the conversations start by themselves. They don't need me to be there at all. Wonderful conversations about the future. I mean, falling birth rates is going to become the biggest challenge, or one of the very biggest challenges of the 21st century. And the people who are going to be impacted most are younger people. And this is a documentary that simply examines pathways through life and encourages conversations. So, yes, it's quite surprising.
Charlie, can I ask you, even if the film was an openly anti-feminist tract, it's still surely up to individual students whether they choose to watch the film or not.
Of course it is, and that's what's the ludicrous thing about all of this, council culture stuff on campuses in particular, is that students have no obligation to see these films. It's not a part of their course. They're not going to fail if they don't watch the film and give a commentary on it. It's
so
like going to the
let's
cinema.
talk about the logic behind that then. So the implication here is that they think the very presence of the film and the presence of your guest on campus creates a kind of toxic environment or spreads hateful ideas. Is that what they're getting at?
I mean, students have said things as ludicrous as the film is a promotion of eugenics without ever saying why. And this is something that the student newspaper was sort of, they made these accusations and students were never asked to legitimise these things. But it's intellectually unsafe and to some extent they think that they're physically unsafe.
I think the phrase intellectually unsafe is quite chilling in of itself. But Stephen J. Shaw, can I ask you about that? Because these students are accusing you of being pro-eugenics. That is an incredibly serious accusation that shouldn't be thrown around lightly, is it?
Well, I think anyone who's seen even part of the movie would quickly realise. In a sense, I don't mind because those who do watch it, and I believe many will, part one's on YouTube right now. I encourage anybody. I didn't make this documentary for any other reason for people to understand what's happening to the planet. I think people will discover very, very quickly the emotional stories that come out from people across the world about their lives, young and those a little older, are real stories about real people, and the idea it's connected in any way to eugenics is simply nonsense.
I think we actually might have a trailer for the film. Do we have that? Let's have a look at this.
Coming from the world of data science, I felt I understood populations are going up and that's a problem. When I saw what was actually happening, I couldn't sleep.
I think that the biggest problem the world will face in 20 years is population collapse.
I agree.
This 4-year project took me to 24 countries, and over 230 people were kind enough to give me an hour of their lives. How could it be that suddenly countries are having so few children? I needed to go and find out.
It's obviously a very interesting topic there, but you were bringing the director in as well so that you could open the conversation up. But you had, what I thought was very interesting, you had an attack from Varsity, which is the university paper, but it's clearly aligned to one side, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. And the troubling thing about it is that the comments that students made were published as news and not comment, which I found very interesting. And I wrote to the Varsity and said, are you going to publish, students who are pro Stephen being on campus and free speech? And they didn't reply. And when I said, okay, well, can I have a piece alongside this sort of hit piece to explain what the film is actually about rather than what students think it's about? And they wouldn't have that either.
And a lot of students have been attacking you personally and saying defamatory things, frankly.
It's a sort of, Helen Dale gave me this phrase, but she said it's politics by cooties. One of the reasons they sort of said that Stephen can't be here is because he was associating with Jordan Peterson, and that the film must be bigoted because I had appeared on GB News and write for The Telegraph.
What's wrong with associating with Jordan Peterson?
Who knows? Again, these students never elaborate because it must be self-evident. It's obvious why, surely. But they're never challenged on these things.
Stephen, have you had this kind of reaction in any other quarters, or is it specifically coming from students?
I've never had this from anyone. It's not students. I mean, I did a screening here to international students in Tokyo, where I'm actually based. I've done screenings across the world, New York Chelsea Film Festival twice. And if you look online, there's over 15,000 comments from people who have either watched part of the documentary or heard me on a podcast like Jordan Peterson. And there's nothing like this. So where this has come from, to me, is an incredible mystery. And again, I just appeal to students to come and watch, talk to me. I'm really interested to see where this can be coming from. I made this documentary it's dedicated to young people everywhere. And that's a passion for me. So I really encourage anyone at Cambridge, whether they have heard good things or bad things, please come along, please talk to me.
Charlie, is it going to go ahead?
Well, that's a big question. There's a big question mark over that at the moment. I'm having difficulties with the venue. They want me to ensure that a sort of 90-person protest that's currently being mounted, they want me to ensure that will have minimal effect on the venue, and this protest is going to be on a public street. Well, even the police have limited jurisdictions over a protest on a public street. So they've set these impossible standards by which I need to meet for this to go ahead.
This is a common fudge, though, where they'll say the security is the issue.
Yeah.
But actually, it's a university. It's a place where ideas are meant to be exchanged, isn't it?
Yeah.
So this should be their priority.
Well,
that's what I would have thought. Can you tell me, Charlie, that before we haven't got much time, but just finally, do you think there is a general problem now with the younger population? I've done a number of talks at university. I was at Oxford the other day, actually, at Oriel College. The students were great. I thought the students were really up for debate, up for discussion. Am I just getting an incorrect perception? Are there a lot of militant authoritarian students who just aren't interested in hearing alternative views?
so I think 70% of the student population are bright, engaged, but maybe hesitant, because free speech is a big topic at the moment, and students are being intimidated out of attending things, and so it's a very small constituency who are very vocal and are sort of manufacturing consent. They'll say, we don't want these people on our campus. Well, who's we?
Yes.
A group of 5 of you who run the student body.
And they're speaking on behalf of all their peers.
They're speaking on behalf, but the thing is that they're almost nominated by no one. No one turns up to student elections.
Yeah.
So it's sort of this little mini racket of its own. They all nominate each other and then vote for each other and then become the student body because everyone else is having fun.
Which is but that's a good argument for more sort of liberal-minded students to get involved with student politics to kick the authoritarians out, right?
Well, we'll see.
Okay, well, just final word now to you, Stephen. What next for the movie? You said that part 1 is already available. People can watch that online. Is that right?
That is right. Part 1 explains the reality of what's happening. Birthgap.org is a website you can come to as well to review the other parts of the documentary. It will be released more generally later this year, the full 3 parts. So, I just think it's so important that people are having this conversation.
Fantastic. Stephen J. Shaw and Charlie Bentley Astor, thanks so much for joining me.
Netflix panics. Cleopatra Backlash is fake documentary. Oh my god, what is this?
Netflix documentary Cleopatra changed its main character to something she wasn't. I wasn't going to talk about it, and then I saw that the actress started to attack people on Twitter. I was actually very
It
impressed.
won't be tolerated in my account. You'll be blocked out of hesitation. Don't like casting of the show. Don't engage in it. Okay.
With this tweet, because even though it's just a few lines, it was crammed with strategies. So I can only assume that manipulation comes naturally to her. But that's far from the only bit of drama surrounding this show, and wouldn't have been enough for me to cover it on its own.
I think with a lot of actors, like whenever they get put in this position, there's a lot of people that think that Cleopatra and Egyptians, like ancient Egyptians, were black, right? Because like Egypt is like technically in Africa, and like that's just what they think. And so, I mean, sure, that's what they could have thought. That's what she could have thought too. She was Greek, bro. Bro? How many of y'all really think people give a shit about that? You think they looked into this? You think they have any idea? Oh, she's Greek. Actually, what the fuck, bro? It's just, if it's in Africa, ancient Africa, they're probably black. That's the way most people's brains work. No fucking shit. Absolutely, it's history. Yeah, people don't know history. Egyptians do? Yeah, she ain't Egyptian. What the hell are you surprised for? Making a documentary, you should at least study the character? No? I think that you should.
End of the day, this kind of stuff isn't new. It was happening with Anne Boleyn. She got swapped to somebody that she physically couldn't have been. We had Queen Charlotte.
Did that even ever happen? I remember whenever that drama happened, people got really mad about it, and I thought it never came out. It's called acting. I think that people don't want to see a race swap with most characters unless it's something where it like adds a lot to the character, or it's like a really popular actor that's doing the race swap. I think just in general, especially whenever it feels like it's being done for a political reason, just like people see that and they're turned off immediately.
Place as well, among many others. Now, England has a great history, so I can fully understand people being jealous that it's not theirs. But the thing was, no one was arguing that these shows were real. No one was actually that deluded, or ignorant, or insidious.
Yeah, sure.
And I kind of feel that's what Cleopatra is. I haven't quite decided which one of the three it is yet, and so far, I think it depends which one you talk to, because we've got a broad range of fools in this one. Because sure, we've got Adele here who hates their own customers. We've got Jada Pinkett Smith here who apparently wants to create a history, whether one exists or not. And this is just the part of the interview that Netflix wanted to show. When you actually go and find the full interview, where she says that the reason she wanted this to be a documentary rather than a narrative feature is because narratives, well, sometimes you want to take creative license and stretch ideas for a bit, whereas she really wants to stick to the historical facts of each woman involved, which is an absolutely astonishing thing to say, especially when you follow it up with, I wanted to be educated, and prove that you never were. But even those things fall to the way...
I think there's a lot of people that legitimately think that the ancient Egyptians were black. It's like a massive line of thinking. It's huge. Tons of people think that. Like, millions of fucking people think this. They weren't. Okay? All right? So what makes you think that they are just going to be, what do you think, if you tell them this, they're just going to change their, I'm such an idiot, I'm wrong. No, they're not going to think that they were. I don't know. Like, what I kind of assume is that it was probably a mix. I have, and that's just me shooting from the hip. I don't have any fucking idea. Yeah, I have no clue. You know why? It's because, why would I give a shit? I don't live anywhere near Egypt. Who gives a fuck what color they were? The pyramids are still the same color. It is what it is. Yeah, I'm not an expert and I have no idea. I don't think that they were all black. No, I'm pretty sure they weren't. If that's what people are asking, no, probably not.
Side when you hear what people think reality is, and that actually objective reality doesn't exist. It's just your truth. It's what you think it is, and whatever you think it is happened. That's how you get Adele James going, do go and engage with an expert opinion that's different than yours. That's right, she put expert in, so now you definitely can't disagree with it. It doesn't matter if you have the entire weight of history on your side. Don't worry, someone over there has got
this is the way people are with everything, is that they will just say something like that if they're making a history documentary and it needs to be correct. Well, I think that's true. Absolutely. Egyptians care their people are being appropriated. I mean, I guess, yeah, like, it's... If I was an Egyptian, well, let me, I'm thinking, like, how would I feel in this situation? If I was from Egypt and some group of Americans are making a documentary about, like, an important person in my history, and then they change the race because of some sort of, what's the word for it? Like, fucking, like, not really political correctness. I don't know what it is. Like, it's just a woke agenda sounds silly. I don't know. For like a cultural reason. I could see Egyptians being mad about that. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I think that's fair for them to be pissed. Sure.
Agree in an opinion, and I have to say, when you see these so-called experts in the trailer, it just gets even worse.
It's possible that she was an Egyptian.
Possible she came from outer space. I mean, she didn't. But if I use enough weasel words like possibly to get this tiny fraction of, well, you don't know for sure, then I can just spin a false reality into existence based off absolutely no evidence at all.
I imagine her to have curly hair like me and a similar skin colour.
I imagine that she was a Ferrari F430 that flew through space. Just because you can imagine something doesn't actually mean it's reality, and in fact, your entire perception of the world is entirely irrelevant. This is the problem with...
Like, this is kind of my perspective on this kind of stuff, right? Is that Egyptian paintings had correct skin colors, multiple races mixed in. Just Google Egyptian kneeling prince painting. Like, personally, I don't find this stuff to be like a big deal, but at the same time, I think that it's very obvious that whenever they're doing something like this, they're very clearly trying to paint a certain picture. They're trying to tell a certain story. They're trying to do, like, push a certain narrative or whatever. And I think people just don't want to have that. Like, they just, I just don't want to deal with it. It's that simple. They're trying to rewrite history. Yeah, exactly. So like, while I don't think that it should be illegal for them to do this or whatever, like they should be able to do it, but I think it's also fair for people to say it's fucking stupid. And it's not historically accurate, you know? Like, that's it.
Telling kids they're the center of the universe. They believe it and think that their perception can change factual history.
I imagine her.
I mean, honestly, that clip is so bizarre. I don't know whether he's an expert or just a guy they dragged in off the street and started asking him to describe his mum.
Well, this is what's happened with a lot of things. There's the same thing that happened with like that Velma show and like a couple of these comics where apparently the people that were making the show just created effectively self-inserts or characters that looked like them to where it's like this is them in the story. So yeah, people see it again and it's like, okay, well fuck this, especially whenever it's like a real character. Tom Hanks is Barack Obama and we call it even. Yeah, sure. Sounds good.
Hair like me and a similar skin color.
But all of that seems...
Yeah, and I feel like if they did that, Ryan Gosling is MLK, yeah. If they did that, people would have the same reaction. What the fuck are you doing? What is this?
Insane compared to the next one.
I remember my grandmother saying to me, I don't care what they tell you in school, Cleopatra was black.
Look, I always listened to my nan and she said it doesn't matter what reality is. I know best. Don't listen to what anyone tells you with them factual history books. They're all lies. I mean, she might even
How would she even know that? Was it Cleopatra like thousands of years ago? It's not like your nan was like 1,000 years old. Like what is she? Yeah, she wasn't alive then. She didn't know her. Like, oh, it's like this is like maybe 100 years ago, like 50 years ago. And it's like she has a better grasp on something that happened 2,000 years ago? Like, I don't think so.
Right in some cases, but unfortunately we'll never know. No one can hear her anymore. She's wrapped her head in too much tinfoil. Now, far be it for me to question the academic rigor of a documentary on Netflix, but I do think you have to draw the line somewhere, and I think as good a place as any is at the opinion...
I think that the way you draw the line is you don't watch it. Like, if you don't like the way the show is and you don't like the characters, don't watch it. Because if people watch the show and it still does well, they'll just keep making more stuff like this. Because Netflix doesn't really... Like, the thing is, look at the Bud Light controversy. Whenever people start losing money, an apology immediately comes out, things are halted, everything changes. Whenever people lose money, that's what matters.
Of somebody's gran. But it's not to say the entire show is full of lies. They do get one thing right.
There was a time long ago when women ruled with unparalleled power as mothers of nations.
They did give birth to a lot of people. And if anything, I think the trailer was very open about why they're trying to spin this obvious lie to begin with.
There is no future without the past.
Because you build your future off your history. And if somebody else has got a history you want, well, just try and take it for yourself anyway. Gaslight people into believing that actually it's yours and take the credit for it. It's an interesting act of thievery. It's just incredibly stupid. Not that we're dealing with potential Mensa candidates here.
Oh yeah, I mean, you have people do this all the time. And it's like the same as, I think that there's like people that think that the black Israelites and, oh my God, what are some of the other ones? There's like these other sects of people that think that there's like some like racial context, like Kanye. Yeah, Kanye is like a whole, that's like its own separate thing. Black Jesus. Oh my God. Oh man. That shit is just nuts.
Remember, this is Jada Pinkett Smith we're talking about. This is a woman who couldn't even stay faithful to her husband Will Smith and then decided to bring him on her podcast to tell him all about it. We got to see a man break live on camera, and I think this is the exact second his soul left his body. So integrity...
Well, yeah, I mean, if she can't stay faithful to her husband, what are the odds she's gonna stay faithful to the story? Oh, it's a good point. Sure.
Definitely not her strong point. In fact, you could say that she's willing to do whatever it takes to get what she wants. So with that in mind, her motivations become clear. She shed more light on the anticipated documentary, and when asked how did you go about picking the queens, she really wanted to represent black women.
Well, that's what it's about. There it is. It's that fucking simple. I mean, damn.
The sad part is,
that's what they're
she
trying
doesn't
to
have
do.
access to these historical women who were so
Representation over
powerful
facts.
and with
Exactly.
the backbone of nations. So I guess she decided to just make them up. Yes, this is a
Yeah,
documentary.
there's tons of people that believe this. It's like an entire, like, massive line of thinking that, like, people think, like, Shakespeare, Thomas Edison was black, and, like, all the Egyptians were, the black Israelites. Oh, man, it's a rabbit hole. I've been on the internet for 20 years. Almost 25 years at this point. Fuck. I've seen some shit.
Which simply seems to come out of her own face. Because while she did get interested in a few people, she loves to talk about how she is doing a purely factual show. She chose not to go with a narrative structure because that would mean that you could take a creative license, and that's not what she wanted to do. She wanted to stick to strict historical facts of each woman.
Oh,
and if
yeah.
the facts don't match the documentary that you want to make, well,
You just
I guess
change
you
the
can just
facts.
change them.
Yes.
Like she did in her interview with Will Smith. Here she is describing what it's like to betray your husband.
Yeah, and then I got into an entanglement with August. That's what I said.
An entanglement?
Yes.
So is it any wonder that she has absolutely no idea how to accurately describe somebody who's Greek? Maybe that's why she finds that these stories actually aren't well known, because they've just been made up in her own head.
I mean, can you imagine going up on, like, stage and slapping somebody for that woman? I really can't. Like, I can get, like, maybe it's like he doesn't really give a shit about all the other stuff. Like, damn. It's one thing to take that and be like, you know, it's like a weird time in our relationship. Like, okay, whatever, right? I don't know their details. But to go up and slap somebody over it, like, bro, come on.
This is a particularly weird comment because it directly contradicts the trailer.
She has become an icon. Her story resonates with every woman.
Maybe that is exactly why she chose the story, because this is a name that everybody knows.
Yeah,
but
exactly, because people know who Cleopatra is. Yeah, duh.
aren't actually quite up to date with all of the information. They may not know all of the facts about it. This leaves a nice little grey area for you to sit in and then just lie to people who may well accept it as fact. Especially when you pitch your show as a documentary. And so this is somebody who is apparently so important to so many people.
Resonates with every woman.
It allows you to rewrite history, change it, and then use that as the foundation for your supposed future.
There is no future without the past.
Maybe that's why she didn't choose any queens of England, because there's a lot of historical literature there, so everybody would have called her on her nonsense. Now the thing is, she probably doesn't know that there are actually statues of Cleopatra, but you know, this isn't a woman who's going to let something as basic as facts stand in the way of...
I don't think these people give a shit about whether it's true or not. They just want to tell their story and have it be about them. I think all the time people get so upset and mad that this is, yeah, duh. Like, they just, bro, they just want to write the story about themselves, and then that's it. They're rewriting history. Yes, exactly. Jesus, yep, that's right. There's black Jesus. Bro, you go to China, there's Chinese Jesus. You go to Korea, guess what kind of Jesus there is over in Korea? It's fucking Korean Jesus. That's right. You look that shit up. And then you go on down to the south here in Alabama. It's white Jesus with blonde hair. That's right. Swole too? Yeah. That's just how it is. It's what people do, man.
A good story.
An entanglement? Yes.
That might be why it's so supremely important to her that it's a docudrama. Because if you take a topic that you think most people are ignorant in and tell them it's fact, then a lot of them are actually going to believe you, even when you're entirely wrong. Or just pitch your lies with a load of weasel words.
It's possible.
I imagine her.
I remember my grandmother saying...
And as you...
I love how, like... I find it to be very funny that you can have a story... And it's like, this is a historical accounting of something that had happened. And then one of the people that's making the show, well, my grandma told me. It's like, what the fuck? My grandma said it. It's like this is part of the selling point of the show. It's so ridiculous. How old is Grandma? Yeah, I wonder what else Grandma thought.
Go down, this whole thing just gets worse. Talk about how she was engaged in the casting. Her main thing was authenticity, authentically telling the narrative that she's trying to spin rather than historically, and apparently touched on some very sensitive subjects, which is probably why the Woman King rewrote history in that regard as well.
Yeah.
It is unfortunate for a lot of nations that the English kept such great records. Although I did find it funny when she said she was really hoping to break some stereotypes. And like,
Oh, that's what it's about. It's all about sending a message. It's about telling a story. Now, is the story true? No, it's not a true story. But it is about telling a story.
Definitely do that if you're trying to appropriate Greek culture as your own. No one's going to see that coming in a stereotype. But most surprising of all is when she said she wanted to break the stereotype about what black Africans are. Largely, the stereotype that they would have to be African. Yes, bizarrely, Jada is taking pride in this, despite the fact that I would be incredibly offended.
That's what it is. They're trying to appropriate think about it right. They're trying to appropriate a person that was in a strong position of power, as it's like, oh, this is somebody that's like us, and so now we can feel better about it. Which, in my mind, I don't even like the whole foundation of that. What the fuck does it matter? She's dead. She's been dead for a long time. She don't have anything to do with you. What do you, who cares what she did? It doesn't matter. Like, what do you think? I feel better about, like, George Washington? Yeah, it was like, it's kind of good that he did the thing, because, like, now we have America, and I like living here. It's okay. Maybe it's better somewhere else. I don't know, but I think it's fine here. Okay, cool. But, like, I don't take pride in this, as in, like, I have some sort of, like, shared accomplishment. Like, I'm not taking credit for George Washington here. Like, I didn't invent the light bulb. What is this? Like, some people do. It's so stupid. It's like, foundationally, it's so stupid.
Because what you're actually doing is implying that African history isn't interesting enough on its own, and so you've got to take somebody else's instead. Personally, if I was from there, I would be incredibly offended and very angry with you.
Oh, absolutely, because you've got to keep in mind that the people over in Egypt and Greece and this shit, like in America, like there was the whole slavery thing, and then there's like the Jim Crow shit, the voting stuff, and like even now you have like fucking cops shooting people. It's bad, and there's still racial tension here. But like over there, they don't have that history. So you go and tell somebody over there, they're not going to give a fuck about this. They're not going to care at all. It's just going to piss them off. That's it.
Then again, does she really need more people angry with her? Especially when she's already getting sued by the Egyptians for changing their history and claiming it.
What? I'm so wrong. They do? Are people confused? Bad take, very wrong. What did I say that was wrong? Greeks had slaves too? Yeah? Sure. Mr. Stoneham? Yeah, I didn't say anything wrong at all. Like, the context of slavery probably isn't as and like the racial tension is probably not as big in their culture as it is in American culture. That's what I'm saying. Like, if you go back far enough, every country had slavery. The Greeks had it, the fucking Africans had it, China, I'm sure, had it. Oh, Russia, I don't know about, I have no idea about Russia. That's how they did shit over there, you know? That's it. China still has it? I have no idea. Yeah, Armenia did not have slavery? I don't know if they did or not. But the point that I'm making is that, like, in most places there was slavery until there wasn't. You're not wrong, and China has them now. That's who's mining the lithium. Oh, who knows? Everyone disagreeing never left the Western world. Well, the point is that what I'm trying to get at here is that, like, other parts in the world don't live their entire, like, their culture isn't based around that racial tension that it created hundreds of years ago in the same way it is in the U.S. There's a lot of reasons for that. That's the point. So, like, yes, of course these other places had slavery, but it's not, like, front and center in the same way it is in the U.S. It doesn't seem like that to me at all.
Fact, saying that most of the Netflix platform doesn't actually conform to Egyptian values and principles, which isn't surprising. This is Netflix platform.
Most of the Netflix platform displays do not conform to Islamic societal values and principles, especially Egyptian ones. Well, that's because it yeah, of course. Yeah, of course.
Doesn't actually conform to Egyptian values and principles, which isn't surprising. This is Netflix. Did they have any values and principles? And said that it contradicted Egyptian history, and is in fact, by any definition of the words, colonialism. Personally, I can't wait to see what documentary Jada makes next. Maybe she could even star with one and be the first man on the moon. One small step for man, one giant lie for mankind. And if I was an actor in a documentary and therefore wanted it to make money, I wouldn't be telling my customers to sod off. Largely because it seems like they're doing that already.
Well, I think that people, like, this is the problem, is that, like, they'll put some actor in a position, and, like, a lot of these actors aren't really used to, like, they're setting this person up to be a target dummy. Because everybody is going to see them and be like, wow, this is the person that looks like the, you know, oh, this is the person that represents the thing that I don't like. It's like the same thing happened with, who was it, Leslie Jones in the Ghostbusters movie? This has happened with tons of people, and Twitch did this whenever they did, like, that Safety and Trust Council. Wait, Safety and Trust Council. That's what I meant to say. With, like, having that deer girl on there. And, like, you just put that person in front of everybody, and most people, this is the truth, most people are not used to, they're not used to that level of exposure. They're not used to that level of, like, pressure and attention and aggression. And they just can't fucking deal with it. I think most people couldn't deal with it. I would say probably 99% of people couldn't deal with it. So it's never really a surprise to me whenever somebody pops off after they get shit on online.
And so you're going to need everyone to stick around that you physically can, because the audience have been making their voices heard, with 25,000 upvotes to 295,000 downvotes, with 2.3 million views. And how did this result? Did Netflix go, okay, we've listened?
Yeah, that's pretty bad. Holy shit. God damn. And say, fuck the writers, I need to work? Yeah, for sure. Well, let me see what this is. I agree or disagree, you're wrong. Slavery is insane in the Middle East. Iran had full-on slavery until 1929. Saudi Arabia had slavery until the end of the 19th century. Oh, yeah. I honestly... Like, number one, I wasn't talking about those places. I was talking about, like, Greece and, like, Egypt. But, yeah, so the U.S., right? Sure. Yeah, I'm not debating that. Like, I'm not really sure what's the point.
To you, and we're just going to fire everyone involved in the production because this is obviously factually wrong, and the very reason for the existence of this show hasn't been fulfilled. No, Netflix didn't do that. Instead, they stopped people talking about it. Yes, while one actress is attacking the fans, you've got Netflix silencing them on the trailer.
Yeah, usually whenever people turn comments off on a video, there's a reason for it. Exactly. Abso-fucking-lutely. Yep, that's it. It happens every time. Like, I feel like the amount of videos that have come out that are good for somebody's personal or, like, public reputation, or an entity like Netflix's public reputation, that have comments turned off. Is there a single time that a video has ever been released that had comments turned off that wasn't bad for a person's reputation? I don't think so.
Because the one thing everybody involved in this seems to despise is anybody pointing out the truth. Even says here, comes a new documentary series. Our series will reassess this fascinating part of her story. They are going to actively lie to people about it and then prevent anyone from correcting them. I don't see how those actions can be taken as anything other than malicious against Egyptian culture, and I can...
Well, it clearly is, because they don't care about Egyptian culture, they care about their own culture and reinforcing what they think. That's it. And if people don't like this, they should turn off, unsubscribe from Netflix. I guarantee you, if a bunch of people unsubbed from Netflix out of nowhere, like I'm talking about like 20 million people, not 20 million people, they lost $20 million overnight because of this, bro, this shit would be canceled instantaneously. These people would be on their ass yesterday. They would be finished. Because as the consumer, as the user, you have all of the power. Whenever people say the customer is always right, this doesn't mean that Karen, whenever she comes into Starbucks and they spell their name wrong on the cup after she already drank all the coffee and now she wants another free one with her name spelled right. We're not talking about Karen. We're talking about the customer as a collective. And the customer as a collective is always right because they can choose what they will and they won't buy. And if you don't buy something, that's it. It can't exist. It's that simple.
Fully understand why they're getting sued. I'm just not sure if malicious hatred against Egyptian culture is something you can actually sue for, but it's Egyptian law. I don't know. But of course,
I don't think they can sue for anything. I mean, like, I don't think that they should get sued for it. Personally, I don't like this idea that, like, oh, we should sue them. Like, no, like, they can just be, like, sometimes people can just be stupid. I don't think every instance of a dumbass needs to be met with litigation. I don't want to see litigation about this. It's just they're dumb.
As always, you would expect the machine just to keep on grinding and silence people who are speaking out against this. There was a change.org campaign which actually got removed. Apparently, believing in facts actually violates Change.org's community guidelines, which is an interesting policy to have. Because back in the day, there was actually uproar that Gal Gadot actually got hired as Cleopatra. But of course, people like Jada wouldn't have quite the same energy for one as the other, despite the fact that Gal Gadot would be far more accurate than the actress she's actually hired. But of course, everybody knows the truth. This is simply about the narrative that you can spin. We're going to call
it's all about the narrative. That's it, man. That's the whole point. Isn't changing history called revisionism and basically a crime? No, I don't want to see. I don't want to see somebody, like, I don't care if somebody wants to rewrite history and say it's bullshit or say bullshit. I think people can say whatever the hell they want. They got every right to make this. Just as we got every right to say, damn, that's dumb. I said, bro, yeah, right. Yeah, right. Look, I don't want to say, well, definitely not. Oh, I told, like, maybe this is an American point of view. I'm very much free speech. Very much. I think people can have dumb fucking opinions. And the moment that you tell people they can't have dumb fucking opinions, there's only a matter of time until somebody tells you your opinion's dumb and you can't have that either. I don't want to go down that road. I'm not a fan of it. I think these people are fucking dumb. I think it's obviously an agenda. It's obviously, you know, like a revisionist history. But I think it's their right to do it because that's their right to free expression. But they're dumb. They're dumb, but it's still their right. That's it. It's their right to be stupid. And I think people have a right to be stupid. You have a right to be wrong. There you go. There'll be dumb people in that position that believe the dumb opinion. Okay, so who decides what the right opinions are? And then also, once somebody decides what the right opinion is, how do you have something like science, for example, where science constantly evolves and science changes? Like people's perception on one thing, it's like people at one point thought the atom was the smallest thing, then they found out things below that. Like what happens at that point where science is fundamentally changing and at the foundation of the scientific method is the null hypothesis? How do you have something and then just say, oh, well, you can never challenge what's agreed upon? I disagree with this entirely. I think this is ridiculous. People can have stupid opinions. Absolutely. I'm sure most people in here have at least a number of them that many people would disagree with, but they think that's true. I don't want to put somebody in jail for expressing a stupid opinion. This is not worth the government's time. It's a much deeper problem than you realize. It's okay to make now. Teachers start teaching in class and use this documentary as a fact that will become a fact real fast. So if the teachers are teaching this in school, that is a totally different thing, because that is a government agency. Like, and also, by the way, let's Jesus, we're going off on such a fucking tangent. I think that you're completely fucking wrong with that. So the reason why you're totally fucking wrong is that I think people have the right to homeschool their kids. They do. And even though most people that homeschool their kids end up fucking teaching their kids that the earth is 6,000 years old, I think that it's so fucking stupid, and you're sabotaging your kid. It's like you're giving them fucking ankle weights for life. It's so bad. But like, people at a certain level have a right to decide what they're gonna do with their kids, their life, and their family. It's their autonomy. And I think personal, individual autonomy is very important. And if you take that away from people, I think that is it's a road that you don't want to go down. So I think in a public school, absolutely there should be accountability for it. But in my opinion, if you send your kid to a private school and they're teaching this shit, you played yourself. You played yourself, bro. Like, yeah, it's your right to do that. That's an own goal, yeah. People have a right to their opinions, not their own facts. Yeah, but most facts and opinions, there's a very big gray area between facts and opinions. Some people think that there are facts. Some people think, there's a lot of people that think their opinions are facts. People say that about me all the time. You've got to keep that in mind. I don't see how I can be having this conversation and be receiving so much pushback against this position when we just got through with COVID for 3 years, when the facts kept changing, and if you ever expressed one of those changes or an opinion on one of those changes that wasn't the current popular way of thought, you were completely deplatformed. Like, didn't we just go through this? Didn't we just see how this happens and what happens whenever you mandate facts? This is so bad. Yeah, it was just a dream. Yeah, exactly, man. You're right about that. Yes. I mean, I don't see how am I getting any pushback on this? This is insane. No. Let's see here. People fail to realize how flexible history can be. Yes, history can be very flexible. Absolutely. You still get shit on for the lab leak, even though it has the most evidence. Yeah, I don't. The thing is, I don't even know where. I don't care where it came. The lab leak, I have no fucking idea. Maybe it came from a lab. I think there's a good chance that could have happened. Sure, there's a good chance. But the truth is that I don't like this idea that
să vedem ce mai avem pe aici.
Day 444. Today there are a lot of updates from the northeast. The day started with several massive explosions in Luhansk, which is a city located around 100 kilometers behind the front line. This was actually the second consecutive day of precision strikes on targets inside the city, which magnified panic and speculations about the usage of Storm Shadow missiles, because previously Ukrainians could not reach so deep in the rear. The first and second targets of the Ukrainian strike became machine-building factories. These factories were used as some of the most important and reliable repair facilities for the Russian tanks, armored fighting vehicles and other equipment. Russian sources reported that Ukrainians used at least 2 rockets and successfully hit the Polypack factory and the Milan factory. The third target became the former building of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Such buildings are usually used as high-level military headquarters for the commanders of brigades and divisions. The fourth and fifth targets became facilities belonging to food and chemical processing plants. Such factories usually have huge warehouses and storage facilities, which were likely used for storing ammunition and equipment. At first, Russian sources reported that Ukrainians used ballistic missiles Harim-2. However, today, as more information became available, this theory was dispelled. Today, Russians found remnants of a British Storm Shadow missile and an American ADM-160B rocket. On top of that, Russians noted that Ukrainians scrambled one Su-24 and one MiG-29, which gave an insight into the Ukrainian tactic. Ukrainians first launched ADM-160 missiles as decoys for the Russian air defense. And while the Russian air defense was focused on the decoy, the Storm Shadow missiles had a clear sky. And all of that happened under the cover of MiG-29. Russian Air Force also conducted a missile strike today. Ukrainian General Staff reported that they recorded a total of 21 launches of various drones. Ukrainian Air Defense managed to shoot down 17, while 4 managed to hit objects in various parts of Ukraine. The biggest explosion happened in Khmelnytsky. Judging by the explosion, it is clear that Russians managed to blow up an ammunition depot on a Ukrainian military base located around 1 kilometer away from the city. Russian sources reported that this base has huge storage of aircraft ammunition. Another successful strike happened in Ternopil. The target became a railway machinery and repair plant, which Ukrainians are possibly using for repairing their equipment. But the biggest news by far comes from the northern flank. Today Russians lost here 4 aircraft within minutes. Russian officials reported that the incidents happened due to an engine malfunction. Unofficial sources challenged the official narrative and stated that even though the fire indeed broke out near the engine, it looked like an explosion from a missile. The photos of the remnants dispelled all doubts, as the damage is characteristic of a missile explosion. There are 4 main versions of what happened. Firstly, since the incident happened more than 50 kilometers from the main Ukrainian positions, some Ukrainian and Russian sources speculated that the Russian air defense malfunctioned and destroyed the whole unit, which is quite unlikely. Secondly, some of them also speculated that Ukrainian intelligence found out about the planned Russian mission near the northern border and decided to ambush the aerial unit. Sabotage activities in the Bryansk region are already a common occurrence, so it looks like it is not difficult to cross the border and assume the necessary positions. However, even though the damage on the remnants indicates that it was a missile, the trajectory was horizontal, which is not characteristic of the use of man-portable systems. Thirdly, it was speculated that Ukrainians decided to ambush the aerial unit by bringing one of the Patriot systems into the region. However, even though this version explains the horizontal trajectory, it is still highly unlikely that Ukrainians would risk such equipment for such a risky venture. Lastly, the most credible version suggests that Ukrainians ambushed Russian aviation with their own aviation. Ukrainians reportedly used fighter jets from the airfield in Poltava that were equipped with AIM-120 advanced medium-range air-to-air missiles, which have a range of up to 70 kilometers. So Ukrainian jets would not even need to get close to the border. In this case, all puzzles fit together, and some Russian military-affiliated bloggers reported that they're already trying to find the clerks that instructed the pilots to operate at an unsafe altitude. Given that Ukrainians are closely monitoring Russian airfields, it would not be hard to make such a trap, especially knowing the general patterns in which Russians like to approach the targets and also knowing the regulations for altitude. If you're against the invasion of Ukraine and you want to support the work that I'm doing, consider making a purchase in the online store, UA Supporter. Here you can find a lot of products with Ukrainian symbols to not only show support for this channel, but also for Ukraine. The link to the online store is in the description. Thank you for watching, and I will see you in the next report.
Since the very first day of Vladimir Putin's war in Ukraine, Russia's blundering air force has been struggling to keep its jets in the sky. The Ukrainians have done their part, blowing apart fighters and helicopters with their air defense missiles. But at least a dozen of Putin's planes have burst into flames mid-air, plunged into Russian cities, or exploded on the runway. Bungling pilots have managed to crash into an American drone over the Black Sea and almost shot down a British spy plane, either of which could have sparked World War III. And just last month, a Russian jet even managed to bomb one of its own cities. This is the story of how one of the world's supposed best air forces has suffered an embarrassing string of failures that is only getting worse the longer the war goes on. On paper, Putin's air force is formidable, 10 times larger than Ukraine's, with vastly superior technology at its disposal. But on the very first day of the war, a Russian Su-25 bomber crashed due to a pilot mistake before even making it across the border. That was to be the first in a long line of air accidents that have humbled the Russian Air Force, or the VKS, to use its abbreviated title. Perhaps the most dramatic crash happened in Yeysk, a city just across the Black Sea from Mariupol, when an Su-34 fighter slammed into an apartment block in October last year. Footage showed how the jet plunged into a 9-story building in the middle of the night, exploding into a fireball as 2 pilots managed to eject. 15 Russian civilians, 3 of them children, died in the ensuing blaze. The Kremlin said the jet had suffered an engine fire. Another heart-stopping piece of footage showed how an Su-25 bomber spun out of control and crashed over Ukraine in June last year after it clipped a power line. Video from the pilot's body cam showed the jet flying low over fields before it twisted in mid-air, forcing the man to eject. As he drifted down to earth on his parachute, the plane tore itself apart and exploded in a nearby field. Another crash involving the same model of aircraft happened in September as 2 planes took off from Crimea. Video taken from the ground showed the pair flying low over a runway before banking into a turn, at which point one of the jets flipped over. A second later, it slammed into the ground and exploded. But crashes are not the only problem to beguile Russia's air forces. On at least 2 separate occasions, they have nearly dragged the Kremlin into a Third World War with NATO. The first took place in September last year when an Su-27 fighter shot a missile at an RAF Rivet Joint spy plane over the Black Sea. Defence Minister Ben Wallace reviewed the incident in Parliament, saying the Russian jet had been tailing the RAF plane when it accidentally let rip with one of its rockets.
The reply by the Russian Ministry of Defence on the 10th of October stated that they have conducted an investigation into the circumstances of the incident and stated it was a technical malfunction of the Su-27 fighter.
But US intelligence documents that have leaked since then claim the incident was actually a near shoot-down. Experts believe the Russian pilot mistakenly thought he had permission or was being ordered to blow the aircraft out of the sky. Another incident occurred in the same airspace just 6 months later when 2 Russian Su-27 planes accidentally downed an American Reaper drone. Footage released by the US showed the fighters making repeated passes close to the drone while spraying it with fuel. But on one pass, a Russian plane got too close and clipped the drone's propeller. The drone was so badly damaged that it eventually crashed into the Black Sea. The Russian jet was also damaged, but made it back to base in Crimea. Both incidents were chalked up as near misses. But had they been deemed to be attacks, then Britain or the US could have asked NATO to respond militarily. And that could have escalated the Ukraine war into the Third World War. The latest embarrassing incident occurred in late April this year when an Su-34 accidentally dropped a bomb on one of its own cities. The blast happened in Belgorod, near the border with Ukraine, just after 10 p.m. on April the 20th. CCTV revealed the bomb embedded itself in the ground near a busy road junction before exploding a few moments later, throwing a car and several tons of soil into the air. The Kremlin said 4 apartment buildings and 4 cars were damaged in the blast, but luckily nobody was injured. It appears the citizens of Belgorod were fortunate. Had the bomb exploded when it hit the ground, instead of burying itself first, the damage could have been much more severe. So, what exactly has gone so wrong for Putin's air force? While Moscow may have hundreds of jets packed with latest generation technology at its disposal, what it lacks are skilled crews. RUSI, a UK think tank, estimates that Russia entered the war with fewer than 100 fully trained, currently serving pilots. Many have been killed or captured since then, meaning the Kremlin could now have just dozens of skilled airmen at its disposal. That assessment was echoed by the British Ministry of Defence in June last year. It said Russia's pilot problem was so bad it had started bringing people out of retirement to fly missions over Ukraine. Aircraft maintenance is also an issue, perhaps because the Kremlin lacks skilled ground crews to fix the aircraft properly. It could also lack quality parts because Western sanctions have limited the supply. Either way, Russia's jet fleet is in bad shape. Some crashed aircraft have even been found with civilian GPS systems strapped to the dash instead of military radar. The bad news for Vladimir Putin is that the problem is only going to get worse. Every day that Russia puts jets in the sky over Ukraine, they are at risk of getting shot down, especially once Western air defences come online. That means more pilots will die or get captured, further limiting the Russian pool of talent, while it will take years to train their replacements. Because lots of retired pilots are now involved in the fighting, it also means there will be a lack of skilled teachers to instruct any new recruits. Western sanctions will not lift anytime soon, and China is refusing to supply military gear to Russia, meaning it will struggle to get hold of new jet parts. Putin's already humiliated air force looks set to go from bad to worse. If you found this video interesting, don't forget to hit like and subscribe for more explainers on the ongoing war in Ukraine.
This is not CGI. It's neither a sci-fi video game nor a movie. This is the town of Vorkuta, Russia, and it's all too real for the 70,000 people who call it home. Virtually everything about Vorkuta screams "don't live here," starting with the extreme difficulty of getting there. Nearly 100 miles north of the Arctic Circle, it's the easternmost town in Europe. With no roads in or out, the only ways to or from Vorkuta are a 40-hour train ride or one of the 2 to 3 weekly flights, assuming they're unimpeded by blizzards. Because of this, those who move away are liable to just leave behind their cars and apartments with everything in them, which is how you get apocalyptic scenes like these. During the winter, temperatures can drop as low as -58 degrees Fahrenheit. The sun appears for just an hour on the average December day. Then, after enduring this for 8 long months, residents are rewarded with a brief 70-day intermission when the snow melts, revealing the city's bright Soviet-era buildings underneath. Clearly, Mother Nature would prefer Vorkuta remain a vast, untouched reindeer sanctuary. So, why does the city exist at all? What kind of person would move here? Initially, the kind who didn't have a choice. Prisoners. Chosen precisely for its isolation, the town was once home to one of the largest and most notorious of the Soviet Union's forced labor camps. Later, after Stalin's death and the end of the Gulag, Moscow invested billions of rubles transforming distant Arctic settlements like Vorkuta into shining, triumphant symbols of the empire. Conquering nature was no less apolitical as a practical project. Like Mao's obsession with dams, Vorkuta and places like it were irrefutable physical testaments to the power of socialism. These towns, some though not all in Siberia, were usually designed around a single industry, sometimes even a single factory. In Vorkuta, that industry was coal mining. Further south, another one produces asbestos. In fact, the town is named after the known carcinogen, which it still mines to this day. In total, there are about 300 Russian monotowns, of which Vorkuta is neither the furthest north, most remote, nor even the coldest. Take, for example, Norilsk, a nickel mine masquerading as a city of 200,000 people. Entry is strictly off-limits to foreigners, which may be a good thing, considering it's one of the world's most polluted cities. Its hazy brown air and toxic discolored water make Vorkuta, by comparison, look like Disneyland. Despite this, thousands packed their bags and cheerfully moved to places like Norilsk and Vorkuta in the 70s and 80s thanks to the Soviet system of social welfare. Although the retirement age was set very generously at just 55 for women and 60 for men, you could retire even earlier and collect an even larger pension if you met certain conditions. Conditions like working in a mine, or better yet, working in a mine in the middle of nowhere. That placed Vorkuta right in the bullseye of the Venn diagram. Young Russians could move to the Arctic, do a few years of hard labor, and then retire early down on the Crimean beach. But all that came to an end on Christmas Day, 1991. The collapse of the Soviet Union meant the collapse of the entire economic model on which these monotowns were based. Suddenly, these mines, factories, and power plants were thrown out to the wolves, forced to fend for themselves on the global market. After a lifetime of artificial state support, how could they possibly compete? So what happened next was as predictable as it was tragic. Bankruptcies led to layoffs, layoffs led to poverty, poverty to crime, and crime to mass migration. A quarter of Vorkuta fled in the 4 years between 1998 and 2002. Meanwhile, the 1998 financial crisis had reduced the value of Russian pensions by nearly 50%. In short, seniors were on the verge of financial ruin. And what little social welfare remained was often inconsistent or ineffective. Retired teachers might be entitled to free bus rides where public transit no longer existed. These but not those veterans might be granted free phone service, etc. This was the Russia that Vladimir Putin inherited at the turn of the millennium. The entire social welfare system was in dire need of an overhaul. And his first attempt to fix it was called the monetization of benefits. Rather than maintain 230 different complex, outdated categories of benefits, the idea was, why not just give people cash and let them decide what to do with it? In truth, it was a fairly modest proposal with entirely reasonable intentions. But the government failed to communicate its plan effectively. What's more, the Kremlin delegated implementation to individual regions, leading to geographic disparities. Russians, everywhere from downtown St. Petersburg to rural Siberia, were furious. Thousands of protesters descended on the streets, shouting "Down with Putin" and waving nostalgic Soviet flags. In their eyes, this was not a mere change in policy. It was nothing less than a giant middle finger to their years of hard labor and national service. These coal miners traveled all the way from Vorkuta to protest in the streets of Moscow. That's like swimming from Guam to the White House lawn. For Putin, the message was loud and clear. Don't touch pensions or anything resembling pensions with a 10-foot pole. Pensioners became a critical base of support for his party, United Russia. In 2005, on the subject of raising the retirement age, Putin declared unequivocally on television, quote, "This decision will not be taken while I am president."
И пока я президент, такого решения принято не будет.
He later called pensions the Soviet Union's greatest achievement. And after seeing how the issue of social welfare inspired political interest even in Siberian coal miners, His government paid particular attention to these remote, decaying monotowns, home to a large number of retirees. The Kremlin was so concerned that it tasked the Federal Protective Service, Russia's equivalent to the Secret Service, with conducting, quote, sociological surveys. These undercover agents identified 54 monotowns as having the greatest risk of unrest, with another 104 not far behind. Thus, while other ex-communist countries like Poland and Hungary encouraged the residents of their Rust Belt towns to slowly migrate toward jobs, Russia saw them as delicate kindling, waiting for the tiniest spark to ignite a wildfire. Less risky to simply keep these dying regions on life support, handing out just enough busy work to ensure scarce time for any extracurricular activities. These factories may not produce anything tangible of value, but what they do produce are votes for united Russia. High employment plus rising pensions equals harmony. The first way it achieves this harmony is with a wildly bloated bureaucracy. In 2011, nearly 20% of the entire national labor force was employed by the state. And that's not counting state-owned companies, another 12%. In fact, the pension fund itself employs over 100,000 people, 60% more than its American counterpart, despite serving a population half as large. You know there's a problem when the American government looks like an efficient, well-oiled machine by comparison. Secondly, the Kremlin collaborates with, or more accurately, threatens businesses. Oligarchs may be given an incredibly long leash in Russia, but one red line they definitely don't dare cross are excessive layoffs. Shut down an unprofitable factory in a politically sensitive area, and you might suddenly develop a dangerous habit of falling out of windows. When times are tough, oligarchs wisely try just about anything under the sun before resorting to layoffs, including deferring paychecks, slowing down recruitment, and giving workers unplanned extended holidays. Finally, monotowns are directly subsidized. In 2010 alone, $846 million were allocated to 27 towns. That's how the Kremlin keeps baseline dissatisfaction low. But Putin also sprinkles in some sweet carrots, particularly before an important election. As you can see, pensions have increased substantially since the year 2000. They more than doubled between 2012 and 22. Now, Russian pensions have never been large. The average amount is only $222 a month. But remember, this is a country where the mean annual income is about $8,000. For 93% of its 46 million pensioners, this is the only thing keeping them from extreme poverty. To call these retirees single-issue voters is a massive understatement. Either they receive these pensions, or they starve. It's that simple. And given the sheer size of this voting bloc, 1/3 of the whole country, Putin's extraordinarily high approval should be no surprise. Over the course of his career, Putin perfected this high employment, rising pension, social harmony formula. But this incredible success was deceiving. Beneath this band-aid, the infection was getting worse. A lot worse. And to see why, we need to take a brief step back. In their simplest form, the way pensions work is that one group pays into a giant pool of money, and another group withdraws out of that same pool of money. In other words, the whole concept requires a balance of payers and payees. This is what that balance looked like before the Soviet Union collapsed. The 1991 population broken down by age, from young at the bottom to old on top. Better yet, let's ignore the kids, combine everyone aged 20 to 54 into one contributor group, and anyone older into a single recipient group. Take it all in, and now compare that 1991 balance to this 2021 balance. As you can see, the Soviet Union was playing welfare on easy mode, with much fewer recipients. Immediately after its fall, the number of new births collapsed. And for every one of the last 32 years since, Russia has gotten considerably older, tilting pensions off balance, with 44% more recipients and slightly fewer contributors. The writing has been on the wall for 3 decades. The math simply doesn't add up. And there's no doubt Putin knew this. But to peel back the band-aid and confront the root cause would mean risking a larger, potentially regime-threatening version of what happened back in 2004. So he waited, and waited, and waited, until the inevitable could be delayed no longer. To regain balance, the recipient group had to shrink, and the contributor group had to grow. Which meant Putin had to do what he vowed never to do 13 years earlier on television: raise the retirement age. This time, however, he had a plan. On June 14, 2018, while Russian soccer fans were busy cheering their defeat of Saudi Arabia on the opening day of the World Cup, Putin made his move. The retirement age was quietly increased from 60 to 65 for men and from 55 to 63 for women. With this one change, the Russian retirement age went from one of the world's most generous, unchanged since its establishment by Joseph Stalin in the early 1900s, to one of the world's least generous. To make matters worse, these changes were implemented much faster than in most countries. The United States, for example, is very slowly raising its retirement age by just 2 years in total over the course of 2 decades. Needless to say, this was not well received. This is Putin's popularity since 1999, and this 15% drop in approval is when the announcement was made. In days, Putin lost most of the surge in support he gained from the annexation of Crimea in 2014. This was, in fact, the largest short-term collapse in approval he's ever seen, before or since. And by January, the public's level of trust in Putin fell to just 33%, with a full 50% preferring the resignation of his cabinet. The backlash was so intense that his administration eventually lowered the retirement age again, this time from 63 to 60 for women. Though this concession failed to address one of the most common complaints: a huge number of Russians will never see a dime. Earlier, we saw this population pyramid dividing the country into age groups. But this graph obscures a massive imbalance. To see it, we have to split each age cohort by gender. In case it's still unclear, let's show only the excess men or women for each age group. Notice the pattern? Down here, men very slightly outnumber women. Here, between ages 30 and 34, the two groups are roughly equal. And then from there, women start to rapidly eclipse men. By the time you reach age 70, there are 3 women for every 1 man. The simple, unfortunate reality is that Russian men don't live very long. Poor healthcare, physically arduous labor, plus off-the-charts alcohol consumption will do that. To be clear, its life expectancy has increased substantially in recent years, credit where credit is due. But that comes after decades of decline. You heard that right. Between 1960 and 94, the average Russian lost 3 years of their life. But that's both men and women. The male life expectancy is dramatically lower, a mere 66 years today. And even that's just a national average. In poor rural regions, the male life expectancy is much, much lower. Remember Norilsk from earlier? Its life expectancy is 59, and almost certainly lower for men, most of whom work in nickel mines. That leaves its average resident with a retirement of -6 years. Even the average Russian male can only expect a year. So you can probably see why the 2018 change wasn't met with glee. Now, I won't bore you with the implications of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the pandemic which overwhelmed its already underfunded healthcare system, or the Western sanctions on all manner of its exports. But suffice to say, whatever demographic and fiscal problems the country had 5 years ago, things are much worse now. The beautiful thing about demographics is that they allow you to peer into the future. There are fewer Russian teenagers today, so there will be fewer pension fund contributors tomorrow. But the devastating thing about demographics is that, for the most part, they're fixed. Today's teenagers are 13-year-old ripples of actions past. Unless Putin invents a time machine or immigrants flock to a country whose passport is becoming less powerful by the day, there's no short-term solution. The ratio of old to young will only continue to grow, shifting the pension balance ever more precariously toward a large number of seniors. Which means the 2018 change won't be the last. Sooner or later, Putin will be forced to confront reality. This is not unique to Russia. Far from it. Most of Europe has it even worse. Pension protests will soon become a regular feature of the global news cycle. But there's one critical difference. Take a second look at Putin's approval rating. Now consider everything Russians have tolerated during these 24 years. Election fraud, a failing education system, rampant corruption, crackdowns on civil society, rising inflation, and most recently, a draft. And yet, throughout all of it, Putin maintained an average approval of 74%. The one thing that did move the needle were pensions. No retiree in any corner of the globe favors a decrease in their income, of course. But only Russian retirees have put up with so much in exchange. Take away pensions and the trade becomes everything for nothing. Take away pensions and the entire social contract supporting the modern Russian state falls apart. That is the challenge facing Putin. He might find some solutions with the help of ChatGPT if only he had access to this class on today's sponsor, Skillshare, about how to use large language models effectively. You might think, as I did, that since the whole point of an AI is to understand your request, you don't need to learn how to use it. But ChatGPT is merely a tool, and like any tool, there are tricks and techniques you can employ to produce a better result. When I started getting more strategic with my prompts, I instantly went from ChatGPT skeptic to believer, and this class can do the same for you, whether you plan on using it professionally or merely for fun. This is just one of thousands of courses you can find on Skillshare, including my courses in which I show you how I make these videos, now watched by over 20.
Hey gang, it's me, Dr. Steve, and the woke world out there has awakened a new enemy, and that's the one and only Sylvester Stallone. Wait until you see what Sly had to say about the latest woke insanity. Superstar Sylvester Stallone's latest movie is making waves, but for reasons that don't have much to do about the film itself. It's being widely reported that Stallone is barring any, in his words, woke crap from the movie set. He's reported having told his crew, quote, "I won't have a bunch of granola moms and their soy boy husbands telling me what I can and can't do on my set with my crew. The wokeness can get lost. We don't need it." Now, one of the reasons why this is getting so much publicity is that Stallone's anti-woke sentiments were expressed in his latest character in the TV series Tulsa King.
What's going on with this country in general nowadays? Does that mean like your generation? Seriously. Come on. And these pronouns. What the fuck is with the pronouns? He, she, him, they, the, boom, bang, bop, bang, cool. You know what my pronoun is? Guess. Time's up. It, as in it, can't take this shit anymore.
That was great. But as you can imagine, Sylvester Stallone is hardly alone. In fact, he appears to be taking his own place in a larger trend of anti-woke films over the last couple of years, most successfully represented by the astonishing Top Gun sequel. As you know, these are films that celebrate rather than denigrate the timeless values of heroism, nationalism, sacrifice, fidelity, honor, all extending from the bedrock of faith, family, and freedom. And there's something in particular about Stallone and his most iconic character, the one and only Rocky Balboa, which stands far and above all others in championing conservative values. If you don't know Rocky 1, first film, is by far my absolute favorite movie. And in many respects, if you think it through, Rocky is the ultimate populist symbol. The movie Rocky works because it pits a young boxer off the streets of Philadelphia against the glitz and glamour of Apollo Creed, who represents the Hollywood-infested professional elite. Rocky is a man of the people. Everyone on the street knows Rocky, right? Apollo Creed is the opposite. Everyone in the world knows Apollo Creed, but we get no sense whatsoever of any localized loyalties, any sense of Creed belonging somewhere. He's the perfect icon of globalism that knows the price of everything but the value of nothing. Rocky is a man of the people, while Apollo Creed is a symbol of corporatism and elitism. And so Rocky's become an icon, perhaps the icon, of the champion underdog beating the elite establishment. The whole theme of Rocky is one of overcoming the odds, overcoming the obstacles that the aristocratic system puts in our way. There's no way that a guy outside of the world of professional boxing could come in and even remotely have a chance of taking out the multi-million-dollar champion. That just doesn't happen. Well, Rocky's a movie that gives us permission to dream that it most certainly does. These values aren't an accident. Wait until you hear what Stallone had to say about what inspired him to create the character Rocky. It's going to absolutely make your day. But first, gang, something else that'll make your day. Have you ever been wanting to get your concealed carry permit, but have found the barriers and the requirements too burdensome? While we all know that the constitutional carry movement is sweeping the nation, unfortunately, millions of Americans, even some of us courageous patriots, here at Thoroughly Talks, we're still stuck in blue or weak red states restricting your constitutional right to bear arms. But there's an amazing solution to that. Countrywide concealed is probably the quickest way for you to carry legally in the majority of states in the country. That's right. You know, you won't just be able to carry in your state, but in 84% of the whole of the US of A. It's as quick as watching a video and taking a quiz. And thanks to Countrywide Concealed, your family is that much safer from a myriad of threats no matter where you go. Getting a concealed carry license has literally never been easier. Click on that link below and join the millions of patriots who've taken back their rights and started carrying legally with Countrywide Concealed today. If you don't know, Sylvester Stallone is the real deal, and he's always been. Check out this interview from 1977 on what inspired him to create the Rocky character.
You've written several scripts before, but was there any special reason for you to write this one, to write Rocky?
Well, I felt at the time that cinema, at least the movies I had been seeing, were at an all-time low. Everything was anti-society, anti-Christ, anti-government, anti-everything, and there was no one to root for. And I also feel that films are very cyclic, so I wanted to get back into the cycle of the films of the 40s and the 50s, where people say, hey, gee, I missed the good old films, yet Hollywood hasn't taken heed and hasn't made any good old-fashioned type films where morality was at the forefront. So I took the opportunity to write this particular film, of course, being somewhat selfish because I had myself in mind for it. But that was the main motivation.
So as you can see, this is a fellow who from the very beginning has been animated by love of faith, family, and freedom. His career began really as a celebration of the moral and heroic traditions that have undergirded our nation for the last few centuries. And what's so interesting here is he saw how those traditions were being denigrated and repudiated by Hollywood. And he recognized that that denigration was alienating tens of thousands of people who love faith, family, and freedom, and who were longing for a movie celebrating those timeless values. And here we are more than 30 years later, and he still remains fixated on those very values.
And if you really go back to the first Rocky, people don't realize the first shot is this shot of Christ, and it comes down over the beams of the church. It says resurrection, then it goes to Rocky being pummeled. And what I was trying to say is this man has been chosen for a journey. He's at the lowest strata of society, and we're watching him eventually find Christian ideals, that he finds love, he starts to bring people together, all these what I would call society's outcasts, and they all come together for one unified family spirit, and that's how they triumph. Alone, they're not very, very strong. Together, they're invincible.
Well, how about this last one? I mean, Rocky
well, the last one.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, the last one exactly is now, after he has all this family core values, his wife has died. So now the rug has been pulled out from under him. He's at his lowest depths. He goes, how can this be? And it's about pulling yourself up from the doldrums of society and of depression and clawing your way back up, finding the light, finding the spirit, moving on. He surrounds himself with old friends, even ex-fighters that read scripture, and then when he goes into the ring, he goes in with a sense of kind of like he's doing God's work. He really is on a mission.
Yeah, and to that we can add the fact that the movie Rocky, the original film, actually took place during Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving was the day Rocky took Adrian out on a date for the first time. If you remember the ice skating rink scene, which is just a wonderful scene. But the whole franchise begins in gratitude, in a sense of blessedness. And it's from that overall frame of Thanksgiving that the whole franchise works. You know, I have to say, I'm so encouraged by people like Sylvester Stallone, who really is a national icon, and as it turns out, a stalwart defender of all that is good as well.
The fuck? Jag har fått upp YouTube.
Hey everyone, welcome back to another Hardware News Recap of the Week. It's been a crazy week with the whole Asus story and the burning motherboards, but we have a lot of other stuff to recap as well. In this one, Asus, you can't escape them, is regurgitating old hardware as new. AMD is completely overhauling its BIOS in a massive move away from a GISA, and also 16 gigabyte NVIDIA GPUs rumored, except they're lower end than the 4070. Which is 12 gigabytes. So that'll be nice and confusing for everyone. And then some major updates to the OCCT software, which has been around forever, and you should check it out if you haven't. It's a stress testing utility and hardware monitoring solution, but it got a massive UI overhaul and actually looks pretty good right now. And they're coming up on 20 years of development, so we're providing them with some mod mats and solder mats to give away for something we'll talk about in this episode. Before that, this video is brought to you by Warframe and its brand new update, the Duviri Paradox. The newest update makes it easy for returning players to jump in right away with tons of new content, but also adds a path for new players to start out. These updates go beyond just cosmetics and quality of life changes. There are tons of new elements to the game and a completely unique, massive new open world to explore. And for action RPG or third-person shooter and slasher fans, Warframe is worth the free download to put your gaming PC to work. The new update features a new cinematic quest alongside highly replayable roguelite missions. A few of us on the team at GN play Warframe and like the game, so it was a natural sponsor fit. Check out Warframe, the Duviri Paradox at the link below, and use the code on the screen for extra unlocks. First up, there's a major computer hardware show coming up with tons of really cool booths and testing equipment and computer parts on display. We're going to be out there. It's Computex. It is the biggest show in the industry, with CES as a close second some years. And it's been canceled for the last 3 years, but Computex is coming back. So we're super excited about this. This is out in Taiwan, and it's a really fun opportunity for our team to meet with engineers, visit labs and factories and testing facilities, like we saw at Height not too long ago, and like we've seen at Noctua's booth previously, and we get to look at the new products. So the thing to let you all know about, we can't reveal some of the specifics of the products yet, but what I can say is that we have a massive amount of specifically coolers and cases lined up that we're going to be looking at. There's some reason a ton of them this year getting announced. They're pretty interesting, and that's all I can say about those. And a couple of pre-built companies, when they reached out to us, they said, hey, will you come look at our new pre-built? We think you won't hit it, which is always a great marketing pitch. We said, sure, we'll come look at it. They also offered to send us review samples, and we said, no, we buy pre-builts for reviews. So that's the main thing we try to do for our pre-built reviews, and almost all of them these days is actually go through the real consumer experience. So you can't have someone in media sampling look at the system before sending it out to make sure it's not like doesn't have a fan backwards. It's an actual thing that happened. It didn't take me too long to remember a really weird thing that happened with a pre-built. So anyway, Computex, really fun and exciting show, lots of cool stuff, and our video format changes just because some of you haven't seen us cover a trade show in like 3 years, or maybe ever, if you've found us in the last 3 years. The way we cover these, get everyone on the same page, instead of doing the sort of 30-minute videos every day or every couple days, like the recaps, we switch completely to a normally 7 to 15-minute format for the videos, and it is highly and specifically focused on the booth or the vendor whose headquarters we're at, where we look at just their lineup of new products, because there's normally enough to fill that kind of video, and then we run multiple of those per day. So you might see as many as, say, 4 within a 24-hour period, depending on how much there's to talk about, but they're shorter, and they're hyper-focused on just the news for the products. And to be clear on our coverage, because this isn't always the case, they don't pay us to go to their booths. We only go to their booths if we think there's going to be something interesting. Actually, sometimes we go to them even if they won't tell us if there's anything interesting, and then we promptly leave when there's nothing interesting. So basically the way we look at it is literally my job to report on the computer hardware news, because we try to focus on sort of the journalism side of it. And that means the coverage you see from us, although it will have normal sponsor spots as all of our videos do, where it's got the before that, brought to you by blah, blah, blah. The booth visits are strictly news gathering, and they're never sponsored by the company whose booth we are visiting, like to produce that video, which I want to make clear because it's important. I've had some weird conversations with companies where we finish our video shoot and they tap me and they're like, so how much? I'm like, what? Like, excuse you? So also put that in here for any companies who want to do that, so you know, don't do that, because it's not cool, and we'll probably talk about how not cool it is, but that's only happened like twice in 15 years. So, and even before we did the store, we did trade shows that way, but these days, being able to bring a larger team and produce higher quality content, it is made possible